left, then a loop through the fan. My tiny whoops grooving like a funky jam. I dip through the doorway, spin by the cab, bounce off the toaster, yeah, I meant to do that. Neighbors knocking, saying, what's that sound? It's my brush motor soul train getting down. Flying through the curtain. In my living room with these tiny whoop magic, bumping every wall. I'm the James Brown of flight, can't stop it all. I got LED strobes and a shag rug trail. I'm looping through the lava lamp, leaving a tail. My whoops got rhythm, my sticks got soul. I'm the pilot of the party. On a roll, TV remotes a gate, the lamps a dive. I'm flying like it's 7.5. No GPS, no rules, no shame. Just a funky little quad in a soul train frame. Below, we fly that flow. Spread that gap. No time to nap. No time to nap. Hit that roll. Funk and control. Bounce that wall. We fly it all. We fly it all. Tiny whoop love, funky and free. We fly indoors, we fly with glee. Whoop it, loop it, groove it, move it, bounce it, flip it, funk it, rip it, fly that soul, don't lose control. Tiny whoop love gonna make you whole. I thread the needle through the vinyl stacks, bounce off the mirror ball, never looking back. My quad's got soul, it's got style, it's got sass. It dips through the incense like a blast from the past. I'm flying figure eights through the lava lamp glow, dodging house plants like a funky pro. My whoops got rhythm, my sticks got heat. I'm the pilot of the party with the grooviest beat. I loop through the hallway, I dive by the broom. I'm the disco ghost in your living room. I hit that splitter over grandma's chair. She just claps and says, boy, you got flair. I'm flying freestyle with a velvet touch. My quad so smooth it don't need a clutch. From the shag rug to the ceiling fan, I'm the funky little fly with a master plan. The curtains dancing on the breeze, freestyle funk in my living room with these tiny whoop magic bumping every wall. I'm the James Brown of flight, can't stop at all. Can't stop at all. Can't stop at all.
Welcome, friends. My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. This is the 12 Hours of Christmas, part 1. If you stream for more than 11 hours at a time, YouTube deletes it. So we're going to break this stream up in the middle, probably around the time that lasagna dinner gets made, so that I can get some food. Yeah, thanks for coming. Ain't nothing like a live... It's not a live stream if there's not technical issues. I had a... I didn't realize I had a window opened with the stream that I used to take the picture on my phone for Instagram to tell people about the stream, and so that was playing at the same time that the intro music was playing. It took me a minute to figure that out, but I figured it out. Look at me. It's 4 years of streaming, and I finally got it figured out. Tonight we are going to live stream for 12 hours. This began COVID times when we were all separated from our family. Not all of us, but a lot of people were separated from their families for Christmas. Also, in the mental health community, it's the worst community ever. Because those of us that are in it don't want to be in it. Holidays are difficult, and so I realized, like, hey, you know, Christmas Day is hard for people that are separated from their families or just folks that struggle like myself. Let me do a live stream for as many hours as I can. I think the first year I did a 24-hour stream. I forget, though, to be honest. I know I did a 24-hour Le Mans stream. I don't know if I ever did a 24-hour Christmas stream, but 12 hours of Christmas, that makes sense because, you know, 12 days of Christmas. And so, yeah, that's where this all began. I decided every year for either Christmas or New Year that I would do a giant live stream for folks that are struggling or separated from their families to have a friendly voice, a chat to talk to their community of fellow freaks in. And yeah, we've been doing it every year. Last year I did 12 hours of Christmas. The year before I did 12 hours of New Year because I think I had a gig on something going on Christmas 2 years ago. So yeah, I hope you all had an awesome Christmas morning. The way that it works for this live stream is that, and I need to change this right here. Let me actually do it right now. You can punish me by, there it is. So Pink Bunny Onesie, it's no longer a fund. Punishment. Every time this gets to $100, I have to, let's just take this 1 hour bunny punishment. There we go. 1 hour bunny punishment. We are currently at $32. $32. Every hundred. Oh God, that looks awful. I gotta fix that. There we go. Every $100 will. There we go. That's looking pretty good. Will put me in the pink bunny onesie for an entire hour. There we go. There it is. So yeah, every $100 we hit, I have to put these on my feet and this on my body. Oh God, it's 70-something degrees here in Georgia. So this is a more. Oh God, it's stuck in the wheels of the. There we go. So this is more of a punishment than you could possibly imagine here in Georgia. All right, I'm gonna put it over here for the time being. Look at this! Look at this amazing T-shirt that I got for Christmas. It's the old school like '90s Solo Cup design, but with propellers on it. This is from Wrecked, and it's a cool material. It's here. It's like a different T-shirt material. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like kind of a stretchy material. Kind of like see through it there. Yeah, it's different than regular T-shirt material. It's really nicely made. I think it's like a cooler material maybe. It kind of feels like a sports jersey almost. It's nice, man. I like it. I'm excited to be wearing it now before the onesie inevitably attacks me. In the chat, Andrew Taylor is first. FizPV, the Bruce, Natter, Apache Smoke Wounded Sniper, Natter with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. He says, Merry Christmas, Ciotti. I'll be the first super chat. Much appreciated. Chuck P is in the chat. Penguin FPV with a $9.99 super chat. He says, Merry Christmas, Ciotti. Thank you, brother. Sporny Lewis also in the chat. Matthew Wegner with a $20 super chat. Little picture of a present and a Christmas tree. Thank you, all three of you. Chaser FPV, Uriel, Bloudman, or Bloudman, Penguin, Uriel, Us, or I'm going to call you Orc because I can't pronounce that word because I'm a cheeseburger eating hot dog flinger. FizPV, Uke, Uriel, Chef Bruno, Olab, Whoop Fox, Jimmy Carr, FizPV, Notice, Flagadelic, man, mad people are here. What's up, everybody? Thanks for coming. Sporny, B-Bird, Notice again, Uriel again, Spaceman Spiff. Who else do we have? Schweizer, License to Drive, Eco. Notice again, Zip. Oh man, come on, YouTube. Let me get through the full list. Zip FPV. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, scroll down more. There's Zip. There's Natter. License to Drive. Natter with a $5 super chat. He says, no 37. Thank you, brother. Let's update that. 32 goes to 37. Swiss Links with 100 CHFs. Swiss Links, thank you so much. Let me look up how much 100 CHF in USD is. That is... Wait. Is that right? It's CHF. No, CHF. CHF is Swiss francs. Swiss francs. Is this real? Are Swiss francs? I swear to God, every single currency exchange I've ever done, it's American dollars are significantly less. It looks like Swiss francs, though, are more valuable than American hot dog dollars. Swiss Links, holy Christ, thank you so much. That is the equivalent of $126.81. Holy hell, bro. Thank you. Super, super, super generous. I've got to do a little bit of math here, which is not my strong suit, but, you know, I don't know if anybody's good at math anymore. So we're going to go 37 plus 120, we're going to round up, 7, equals 164. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Well, it's already happened. Here we go. Here we go, damn it. It's happening. It's already happening. Yeah. Oh, shit, hold on. I ain't wearing underwear in this thing. I gotta put these shorts on. Hold on. Oh, shit. All right. Almost there. It's worth the wait, I promise. I can't believe I can peek the mic from all the way over here with my loud-ass screams. Hold on. Woo! Oh, it's so soft. Woo! All right. All right. Here we go. It's about that time. All right. Everybody's coming for pain already. Oh God. My pants got pulled down a little bit. Hold on. I gotta make sure I'm comfortable in this uncomfortable thing. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Ooh! Oh! 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 There we go. Alright. Alright, we styling now. Ugh. There it is. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. Try to solder it. Oh my God, YouTube, are you really shitting the bed already? How is that possible? How is YouTube so bad that it crashed already? All right, here we go. Here we go. There it is. Swiss Links, thank you so much. This is fine for using the mouse. Look at those ears, man. Look at those ears. Vicious ears. All right, I see why YouTube crashed. I accidentally left the. All right, hold on. I gotta pop this chat out. What? Why won't it let me? Pop out chat. There we go. All right, hold on. Hold on. YouTube is awful sometimes. Top chat, switch to live chat. All right, there we go. There we go. Swiss Links. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much. Incredibly generous. Is this back? We're back. This is good. We got that. We got this. And ooh, there's a little oh my god. So I have the I'm running autofocus for the first time ever. This is the Sony A5100. I have it running off of an Apple power brick through the USB thing, and it seems to be working. But look, I don't usually use autofocus. If it drives you insane, let me know. It's already driving me insane. Why is it focusing on my finger? I told it to focus towards the top of the screen here. We'll see. We'll see how the autofocus does. I usually just set manual focus, but if it drives you insane, just tag me in the chat and say, yo, for God's sakes, turn the autofocus off. It's driving us mad. All right, back to it. Ginger FPV, Zip. Zach is doomed by the bell. Zach is doomed by the bell. Tanky, Douglas 6, B-Bird, license to drive, Swiss Links, B-Bird, license to... We Bleed with a $199.99 super chat. Holy shit, massive supporters. As always, dude, Zotek, thank you, brother. Oh my god. All right, so look, we are at so there's 300 in here total. So let's get this going. We're gonna put a timer. We're gonna put a timer for 3 hours, and then it's gonna play Valley. Yeah. 3 hours. Start. There it is. I'm stuck in this thing for 3 hours. Oh, don't do this to me, allergies. Don't do this to me. Be cool. All right. Oh, man, the autofocus is really active. It's really... There it goes. It's really hunting around. Zotek, good lord. Thank you, brother. Zach Sporty, Natter, Uke, Chef Bruno, Notice, Zip, Penguin FPV, Yin Yang, Zip again. Frank Nicholas is here. Zoe 101 Dog with a Blog. Dave's 3016. And Bernard H. Fox. Thanks for coming, friends. I'm wearing a pink bunny costume. I'm not gonna wear these. This I can tell these are getting. This is making me hot. Look, they're sewed to the sleeves though. So if I ever need them, they're right here, ready to go. I guess I could tuck them inside. I should probably go take a Claritin. I'm gonna play a little bit of flight footage for you while I go take a Claritin to hopefully fend off any allergy attacks. It's done, yo. The Baby Turtle 2-inch Pro is finished, and that's what you were watching at the beginning of the live stream. I'm going to put that footage back on because we didn't finish it, and we're going to talk about this when I come back. But this is what you're about to watch. Cool? 1103, 11,000 kV Happy Model Motors, GemFan 2023 S's, and it's 15 grams heavier than the analog one. Let me go take some allergy meds. I meant to do this before the stream anyway, but I forgot. Here is the Maiden with this rig. So I might like land at some point. Well, am I gonna land at some point and adjust PIDs and shit? Yeah, but it's like 2 minutes in. All right, I'll be right back. I want to give you guys the audio from it though. Oh, there is no audio from it. Oh, hold on. I want to give you some audio. We want to go stream shit, and we're gonna play this song. Hold on, it's the wrong screen. so I can talk over this a little bit. Well, let's turn this down a little bit. And so yeah, man, this is the Maiden, totally untuned. I think I pushed the pitch sliders up to 1.1. This is me motor limiting them a little bit, actually. These 1103s, even though they're only at 11,000 kV, we're making like just all the power in the world. And so I motor limited it down to, I think maybe just 95%, and I might have added a little bit of D-gain here. I'm in the OSD, and so I'm probably adding a little bit of D-gain because it was a little bit wobbly in a couple of, basically when I put it into its own prop wash. So this is with the pitch, PI, and D gains moved up to 1.1. D max is moved up to 1.1. Feed forward is down at 0.5 where I like it. And then I think what I did here with the D gain is move it from 1.1 to 1.3. So there's no extra P and I gain. The next battery, I moved those sliders up again to 1.5, 1.3, and it got even better. All right, 1.5, 1.2, and it got even better. This is a little bit choppy because this is in race mode. So this is now slowed down to 25% speed, and it still looks totally smooth because this is at 100 frames a second. And so that's why it's a little bit, that's why it kind of looks like a flip book, because you're watching this at 30 frames a second and it's at 100 frames. Also, I have the shutter speed on, the shutter speed is on automatic, and it was bright. This was in the middle of the day, just face first into that branch. And so that was actually the half decent crash. That thing thumped into the ground just now. But yeah, there's a big gap between frames here because the shutter speed is cranked up and it's at 100 frames a second. That's why it looks like it's just like bang, 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 bang. And now this is me adding more PID gains, I believe, but it's the very end of the battery. And so yeah, that was the very first battery. I think I then pushed it up to, here, let me show you where it's at now. We might as well just plug into it. And I'll show you where the tune ended up at, where we got to by the third battery. The third battery that I flew is the one that was on the intro of the live stream with the music doubled up. But yeah, man, really, really, really impressed. This is the Baby Turtle Pro. Do I still have the tab opened? No, but I just closed the tab earlier. Where's the Pro Turtle? There it is. Sure, allow. Why not? So here's the frame. This is the Pro Turtle 2-inch. Where's the other gear fund? We don't want that one. We want this one. Nope. Add text gear fund 3. Okay. There we go. Gear Fund 3. Where is it? What? Oh, it's all the way up there in the corner. And let's put it here, and we'll do this, and we'll do that. There we go. 12-hour bunny punishment. There it is. 1 hour of bunny punishment. Hold on. I gotta update this. I gotta update this because of Zotek's incredibly generous donation there. 3. Yep, that's correct. Okay, cool. And yeah, so this is the frame. It's from Sub 250G FPV. Really, really, really dig it. The Pro Turtle frame is a little bit longer, nose to tail, than the analog version, the Baby Turtle V7. This is kind of specifically meant for the O4 Lite. And yeah, really, really, really cool little frame. I got it in the purple carbon fiber, and it looks awesome. It says 2.5 millimeter thick here. It's actually like 2.8 millimeters thick, which is totally fine. Yeah, that is the frame. And then the build is the Flywoo AIO set up for HD. O4 Lite, of course, Happy Model 1103, 11,000s, GemFan 2023S props, and then, good lord, so this is heavier than the analog one, so I thought that the 300 mAh 2S batteries might not give me enough runtime. I'm getting 3.5 minutes of runtime on this. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I'm shocked that I'm basically not getting any less runtime on the heavier version than the analog one. Here's where the tune ended up by the third battery, which we'll look at in a minute. D-gain slider up at 1.6, tracking slider at 1.3, stick response feed forward slider down at 0.5, and then it looks like I pushed all these up to 1.1. D-max, I-gains, and then the pitch damping and pitch tracking sliders are all up at 1.1. Motor limit ended up at 95% here. Dynamic damping gain at advance at 30. I always do that. I-term relax down at 10. The factory setting of 15 is for racing. 10 is for freestyle. The feed forward settings are driven by one of the presets with the cinematic option. VBAT sag compensation at 100. Thrust linear at 10. Those are the main things. Here are my rates. Don't run someone else's rates. Set your own. I was messing around with Throttle Expo. It's got a lot of power, so it does benefit from a little bit of Throttle Expo. I don't know if I have the midpoint correct quite yet at 30%, but that's probably about right. It hovers pretty low. It hovers at like 25%. It's got a lot of power. I need to spend a little bit more time dialing this in. And then the filters, I've got the gyro filter up at 1.75, the D-term filter at 1.2. I didn't do much here. For the RPM filtering, we do have 3 harmonics because it is a carbon fiber frame. And then the dynamic filter is set up pretty much stock. The stock filtering in Betaflight is astronomically good. And so, you know, this thing right out of the box, like no issues. On the third battery, it did start to you'll see. It started to get, but it was windy. It was really windy yesterday, so it could totally have been the wind. I need a windless day to really dial this thing in. Anything else interesting here in the settings? I don't think so. No, there's nothing else crazy in the in beta. I'm just gonna leave Betaflight open because I'm sure it won't be the last time that we dive in there. Yeah, really impressed. This is the most recent build that we kind of finished. I ended up putting the on the stream the other night. I got this all together, and then I realized that I forgot to plug the USB, the ELRS antenna into the AIO. This Flywoo AIO has ELRS on board, but it's set up for HD. And so I ended up putting the Immortal Mini Mortal T that they give you for ELRS just kind of like weirdly on the back here. Like with something this small, it's not fast enough to go really far, and so you don't need to go ballistic with the antenna placement. Also, ELRS always outruns the video, so we've got the video antenna up here real nice at a 45-degree angle so that when we're flying around it's perfectly vertical. But then yeah, the ELRS antenna I just kind of jankily put on the bottom here, but it works totally fine. Focus, you bastard. There it is. And so yeah, I just like randomly picked 2 points and I ran a couple of zip ties and it's just sort of there on the bottom and it's absolutely fine like that. The signal to noise ratio was like really high all the time. I had no issues with this and I flew it out pretty far up over the trees. So yeah, no problems, man. I'm really loving this thing. I only flew those 3 batteries, but this is incredibly fun. You can see where you're going. It's super quiet. It's got tons of power. This is the 25-degree mount that you can download from Sub250's Thingiverse page. It's just good, man. It just works. It just works. So yeah, you'll be seeing a bunch more from this. If you want to see the entire build process, I did it on 2 consecutive live streams. You'll see it by the thumbnails. That should be the only thing that you didn't get to see. I'm using the XT30 rear TPU piece here, and the BT 3.0 just drops right in there. It doesn't fit in there tight, like it moves around a little bit, but that doesn't matter. You plug the battery into it, and then it's stuck in there. So it's just awesome. It just works really well. These are the 3D printed little battery holders here. Yeah, just works. Really, really, really fun. I'm really excited to fly this more. I flew the analog rig. So, all right. Let me get caught up on chat, and then we're going to talk about, well, here's what we're going to do tonight. All the things. I've got a bunch of batteries to test. I also have the brand new. I have rabies. I can't pick them up. I have a whole bunch of, oh my God, what's happening? My fingers aren't working. The new Beta FPV version 2, Lava version 2s. I've got the 320s. I've got the 280s, and they actually even sent me the giant ones, which we're not gonna mess around with today, but at some point I will. They sent the 480s, they sent the 580s, and the 680s. So we are gonna mess around with these. I don't usually run these bigger 1S batteries, but what's interesting is I've got the I've got that 1S 1.6 inch prop build with those giant GEP-RC 1002 25,000 kV motors that make all that power. These 680s might be kind of interesting on that thing. I don't think we'll need all this MAH, but we're going to test it, just not today. That's not an inside rig. That's an outside rig. So that is coming soon. And I am going to do an entire live stream about the battery testing, but if you're willing to hang here, I am going to test these Lava V2 batteries on this 12-hour stream against a brand new set of Newbie Drone NX69 300s. But again, we are going to do a full live stream about that. I have had the, so apparently something interesting. There's always been this, like, what I've been previously told by people that know a lot about batteries, misconception about lithium polymer batteries, that you need to break them in. You need to, like, charge them and discharge them a bunch of times. I mean, you could just fly them. But there are a whole bunch of people saying that these version 2 lavas actually do need to be broken in and cycled a few times before they get good. I'm still super skeptical. Unfortunately, I'm not going to myth bust that for you. Somebody else is going to have to myth bust it. Because over the last 2 days, I have been charging and discharging both these 320s and 280s. So these are broken in now. I just wanted them ready to go for the testing. I also did the same thing with the Newbie Drone NX69 300 mAh batteries. So yeah, I'm going to get these charged up, and then we're going to fly them. We're going to see what kind of amps we can pull. We're going to see what kind of runtime we get. We're going to weigh them. And so, yeah, we'll do that here at some point on this live stream. But then, again, next week there will be a specific live stream dedicated to Lava V2 versus NX69. Because I told both Beta FPV and Newbie Drone that I would do that comparison. I'm actually really excited to do that. So yeah, that's one of the things I'm really looking forward to. We are also going to attempt to fix. I sure hope I can, because I need to use this Saturday. We're not going to attempt. We are going to fix this DJI transmitter. There's like a fatal flaw in this thing with the USB port, where you can break on USB-C. There's like the oval, and then in the middle there's a little piece of circuit board, and it's really easy to break that. And when it breaks, you can't charge this thing. It's not USB-C. It's the old school. It's USB Mini, I think it is. And so yeah, the inside of the little piece inside can break, but luckily you can buy this board, and Mads Tech Ian has a little how to open this thing up and install this. But I think I can probably just kind of hack my way through it. If I need to, I'll refer to his video. But in theory, there are some screws that we can unscrew. Yeah, there's a couple. And pull this thing apart and then swap this panel in and we'll be good to go. So yeah, that'll be potentially excruciating. It probably won't be that bad. I will probably refer to his video. But I did, when this showed up a couple weeks ago, I did really quickly like watch through his video and it didn't look that bad. It looks like you just kind of pull the back off and then this is in there. And I don't know if you have to desolder anything or if it's just ribbon cables, but it shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, there's a ribbon cable here, so it might just be, and there's another one here, so it might just be those two. And then there's a bunch of holes in it, probably for screws to go through. And yeah, that piece sits right here. So that that's where the crack in the case is. So in theory, you pull this apart, and this might be like the very top board. So yeah, we'll do that. I've been kind of waiting to do that, so that'll be interesting. We're gonna fly a little bit, of course, and we're gonna do a full build as well. I've got my version 2 prototype frame here, and I got, oh, hold on. It's a Christmas build. It's a Christmas miracle build. Hold on, look at this. Ah! Ah! Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, I got some stickers I can show you. Okay, here we go. I got a O4 Lite for Christmas, yo. Look at that. And so we're going to put this into a build with some really rare motors, but you can buy them. They're rare because nobody buys them, not because they're not available. But look, we got a whole bunch of fly high stickers. Look at that autofocus just cranking. Come on. I kind of like the autofocus. What's up, buds? There he is. If it smells like chicken, you're holding it wrong. And then this is the secret to the motors. CiottiFPV is a not super well-known FPV company, but they've got a really cool set. Oh, look at that! They changed the color of the packaging at some point. A really cool set of motors. They make these 1405 4800 kV motors. 1405 is an awesome size. 4800 kV is an awesome kV. I bought one of these motors a while ago. Maybe two. Did I buy two? I bought two. Look at me. I am a genius. I bought two of these motors a while ago. I don't know why. Oh, Pyrodrone, somebody had these in stock, but they only had two of them in stock. And so, oh, don't do this to me, computer. Don't be a total jerk. There's no reason for you to be a jerk like this, computer. There's no reason whatsoever. Don't do it. I think it's YouTube shitting its pants. Don't shit your pants, YouTube. Be cool. Oh god, Google Chrome is using up 300% of the processor. YouTube's about to crash. Anyway, yeah, these motors are, there was only two of them available, so I snagged them because I love the motor size and I love the KV. Now I've got three more, and so these are the motors that I'm going to use on this build. Because this build I'm not going to thrash on. The other one I'm going to thrash on, and I did some thrashing on it yesterday. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But on tonight's stream, we're going to do a full build of my frame with a TuneRC Poly AIO set up for 4S on these crazy spinny boy motors from CiottiFPV. There goes YouTube. Thank you for shitting your pants. Thank you for having the worst streaming platform that so many people stream on. Get it together, you donkeys. Pop out chat. I just restarted the computer as well. So this is not computer related. This is just YouTube being worthless. Hold on. Getting everything reset. Man, this is twice already. Okay, good to go. Get it together, YouTube. Come on, man. You got lots of people making you lots of money. Fix your shit so that they can live. So yeah, we're gonna do that full build. We're gonna use a XR1 ELRS receiver, which is dual band, but we're just gonna run it with the set to 2.4. It's dual band. You have to select one or the other. And so yeah, we're gonna do a full build. That'll be fun, and I'll get to check out this TuneRC Poly, which you all have told me is God's gift to AIOs, except for one person. There's one person that's had a hard time with this AIO. Everybody else says it's amazing. So yeah, we're gonna do lots of fun stuff, man. Lots of fun stuff planned, and mainly we're just gonna kind of like hang out. This is gonna be a low-key stream. 12 hours will demolish my voice if I'm not careful. So I gotta kind of chill a little bit and yeah, take a little break at some point to have some dinner with the family. And so it'll, you know, this will be like an 11.5-hour live stream, but I have to split the live stream up. And so that'll give me a chance to go get some food. And yeah, man, we'll have a good time tonight. Cool. Let me get caught up on... Oh, I hope I didn't lose too many chat messages. Let's see. Oh, I lost tons. Come on, YouTube. Well, anybody who tagged me in the chat before Swiss Lynx's super chat, please tag me again. I apologize. There's nothing I can really do about YouTube being a bag of donkeys, unfortunately. Yeah, please tag me again and repeat whatever you said. If you want to talk directly to me in the chat, type at CiottiFPV. Notice says might want to get a fan going. We'll see. I'm doing okay so far. We'll see. Ginger FPV says we believe is the best in the game. Agreed. Zach is doomed by the bell says building a 3.5-inch freestyle 3520 props are 1506 4300 kV too much. Also considering the new HD0 AIO for the build. So 1506. No, 1506 is great. What are you getting? Tommy's motor, 4300 kV. Who sells the 1506 4300 kV? God, I forget. 4300. It depends on the voltage. If you're gonna run it on 3S, you'll be fine. If you're gonna run it on 4S, 4300 kV is gonna be a lot. But you could just motor limit them down, right? 3520 is a pretty low pitch propeller, so that'll be fine. Yeah, you'll be okay. You'll be in the ballpark. Like I said, you might need to motor limit down a little bit, but you know, that's fine. That'll give you the... What's cool about doing that is like, if you wanted to do a 3.5-inch bi-blade, you'll be covered. The bi-blade is going to make a lot less thrust, but you'll have your motors at like 90% or 85%. So like if you want to run it on a 3-inch prop, right? Like if you want to try it on a 3-inch propeller, having a 4300 kV motor on 4S is awesome because you can crank that motor limit up to 100% and run a 3.5-inch. Hell, you'd even be able to run a 3-inch bi-blade if you wanted to see what that flies like. So yeah, that'll be a really fun combination. You'll have enough kV in that motor that you can try out a bunch of lower pitch or smaller propellers just to see if you like them. You know, like let's say you finish that build and it comes in at like 250 grams all up weight. That's a little bit light for a 3.5-inch build. And so you'll be able to put 3-inch props on it and see if you like it. And then if you like it better on 3-inch props, just leave it, right? Like a 3.5-inch arm, yeah, okay, you've got a little bit of extra carbon fiber on the arm that you don't necessarily need. But like, maybe at some point you want to do a long-range run with it, and you keep some 3.5-inch bi-blades in your bag. And then you throw those on it, you have something that's super efficient, you can run it longer, and away you go, right? Like there's all kinds of cool things that happen when you have a motor that's a little bit too high of a kV and you can motor limit it down. It gives you a lot of other options that you wouldn't have if you bought like the exact right kV. Yes, there's a little bit of efficiency loss when you do that, but it's not that bad. And just buy an extra battery. Like you're gonna lose maybe like 10 or 15 seconds of runtime. So just buy another battery, right? Buy one extra battery, and that'll make up for the loss in runtime. You'll get that runtime back though if you run like a 3.5-inch bi-blade, right? So like by having a higher kV motor, you can always run a bi-blade, and then you'll actually have the efficiency advantage because bi-blades are more efficient. So yeah, man, that'll be a ripping combo. BMF Spade says Amax sells a 1504 4700 kV for $67. Bought like 5 sets now, tough as hell. That's pretty cool. Amax is a German company. It's a little bit hard to get them here in the US. You can order directly through them. You're gonna get probably hammered on tariffs thanks to Captain Shitbag. But you know, it's they're really nice motors. I've had a set of Amax Performante 1303 7500 kV motors forever. I bought these eons ago. They are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful motors. Like, look at these things, man. They are super pretty. They tend to be really lightweight. This like bell design is incredibly lightweight. Check this out though. They're using a screw on the bottom, yo. How nice is that? No C-clip to deal with. Like, I was really impressed by the fact that they use a screw on the bottom to hold the bell on. For a long time, I just kind of assumed that you couldn't do that because nobody does it with these little tiny motors. But obviously you can. And so, yeah, man, these motors are really, really, really nice. 2mm motor shaft down below the bell, as most of these small motors do have. At this kV, at 7500 kV, these are really for 3S. I would not want to run these on 4S, other than maybe like if I did a 2-inch build, but I still think that would be too high of a kV. So yeah, I bought these a while ago, thinking I would do a 3S build, and then I kind of never did. But now I'm gonna. I don't know what 3S build I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna do one because I want to use these motors. They're just too pretty not to use. And they sell them in these odd little things. I have 4 of them in here. But yeah, this has been sitting up on the front of my desk for a while because I just want to remind myself to do a 3X build with those. CiottiFPV says, did you see that StartRC R8 frame looked kind of cool? Definitely different. No, I haven't heard of that. Let's search it on the Google machine. StartRC R8. Apparently, it's the perfect FPV drone, according to Squatting Quads. It's weird how everything is perfect. I don't quite understand how that could be, but, you know, is what it is. Where's a product page for it? What? Are there only YouTube videos about it? That can't be. Okay, here we go. So here's a... Hey, there we go. So, what do we got? How can I... Oh. Look at this thing. So it's... Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool, man. They've done a tiny whoop frame with a little cage in the front for a camera. And then top mount battery? That's pretty slick. Okay. God knows if the frame is durable or not. But this is a really good idea. How has nobody done this before? Oh, and then they're bottom mounting. Sorry, they won't let me bring the picture up any bigger than this. It's kind of insane, but this is a really neat idea. The AIO is bottom mounted, which is a little bit worrying. They only have these two pictures. It's outrageous. The AIO is bottom mounted, which kind of worries me a little bit, like that it's going to slam into the ground. I can't really see anything on the bottom of this to tell what's going on, but this is a really cool design, having the battery exactly in line with the propellers. I would kind of rather them lift everything up and put the battery above the prop line. You want your center of gravity to be in line with the props. The trap that a lot of people fall into is they put all the weight down below the propellers, and then you have something that's bottom heavy and it kind of swings like a pendulum a little bit. You want to get some weight up above the top. It's one of the things I really love about these baby turtle rigs, is that your prop line is here, and then so your entire battery is up. This is how 5-inch rigs are built as well, right? But yeah, having your battery, which is a good chunk of the weight, up significantly above the prop line really helps to offset the fact that the motors are below the prop line, the AIO is below the prop line, the frame is below the prop line. And so a design like this is, you know, like I get what they're going for, but this battery, it looks like it's perfectly in line with the propellers. So that's going to leave you with an underslung, sort of a CG that's a little bit low. But most tiny whoops have the battery all the way down below the prop line, and so that'll be much worse. So this is probably going to be pretty good from a CG standpoint. It is going to be a little bit front heavy. Well, maybe not. I was about to say it's going to be front heavy because the camera's up front, but look where the battery is sitting, right? They're putting this whole chunk, like almost half of the battery, in the rear area to offset the front. So this thing might fly pretty good. I think the big question mark is going to be, is this frame durable? Most of the times when like a smaller company, I've never heard of StartRC, most of the time when they do their first tiny whoop frame, it's not all that durable. You know, the durable whoop frames that we have are version 2 or version 3, version 4, right? It's made by Beta FPV or Newbie Drone or Happy Model that have done a whole bunch of tiny whoop frames over the last 4, 5, 6 years. And so my guess is going to be that even though this is a really cool looking design, I'll bet you that this frame is not all that durable. You never know. It totally could be, but that's going to be my hunch. This is neat. This is a really cool frame design, and this is a really clever spot to put the battery in. I'm assuming this is a 1.6-inch propeller. Yeah, 16, it says here. And so this is a little bit of a bigger rig. Also, you know, putting the camera in between the front in between the front ducts here. You have to push the front ducts out. So this is going to be like a bigger tiny whoop here. But really neat, really cool stuff. I like that. There's some actual innovation in that, which is more and more rare, unfortunately. Very cool. ZipFPV says, back on tuning, what do you think of the Karate brushless whoop preset? Don't run presets. The only presets that you should run are the Express ELRS 250 or 500 preset, and then if you really want to run like a filter preset, there's the, where's it at? Let's just connect here in virtual mode real quick. Or not. Oh, come on now. Beta flight. Come on. There is a pretty good filter, but look, don't use presets that do anything to PIDs. PIDs need to be specifically catered towards your specific rig and your flying style, and they're very, very, very easy to tune. They're very easy to set, so don't use presets for PIDs. All right, Beta flight has shit the bed. Let's quit out and restart it. Come on. There we go. All right, so if we connect here in virtual mode, and we go to the presets, if you search for clean, this preset is awesome. Not the very clean, just this one. 4.5 filter settings for clean build with RPM filtering. This is a really good starting point if you're not happy with the stock Betaflight filters. This is going to be a little bit more aggressive than the stock filters. This is always my starting point. I'm always able, with a half decent build, to start here and then dial it in. So yeah, this is really this preset right here. And then if you're running 250 Express LRS 250 hertz, if you're running 500 Express LRS 500 hertz, those are the only two presets that you should use. Filter tuning is super simple. You come into the PIDs. You can even do this in the on-screen display by pitching forward and yawing left when you're disarmed. And you're going to basically, like, these are going to be all down the center. These are going to be all at 1.0. And so you fly it with them at 1.0. You see how it is. If you've still got prop wash, here's what you're going to do. It's really just this simple. You're going to take this slider here and you're going to move it to 1.3. You're going to fly it again. You're going to check for prop wash. If you're still not happy, if it's still not doing weird stuff, making weird noises, trying to fly away on its own, you're going to take this tracking slider, you're going to move it up to 1.2, and then you're going to move this slider up to 1.5. You're going to fly it. You're going to see how it is. If it's still not performing good enough, but it's not heating up the motors, it's not trying to fly away, you guessed it. You're going to move them up another 0.2. Fly it, make sure it's okay. If you're still not happy, you're going to move it up another 0.2. The ratio of having your D-gain slider 0.3 higher than the tracking slider is really good at eating prop wash and just softening up everything a little bit. And then when you start to move these things in that same ratio, it's just going to make the PID loop more and more aggressive. If you get it all the way up here to like 1.9, 1.6, the prop wash is going to be gone. If you need more, now you're going to have to drop down here on this master multiplier and move it up to 1.2, fly it 1.4, fly it 1.6, fly it. I can't possibly imagine that you will get it all the way up this aggressive. It will be eating all of the prop wash before you get it to that point. But start here, 1.3, 1.0. This will be a lot more aggressive than stock. If you've got a rig that's got more weight on the pitch axis than the roll axis, you can do this to give it more PID authority on just the pitch axis. These are the pitch specific sliders. The iGain slider is perfect at 1.0. I move it up to 1.1 just so that I can feel like I did something, but it's not making a significant enough difference at 1.0. It just feels nice. That's what she said. Dynamic damping DMAX slider. Sometimes I'll move this all the way up to 1.2, but it's pretty good at 1.0 or 1.1. And then the feed forward slider, this is very specific for you. If you want softer sticks and more smoothing for better looking flight footage, you're going to move this down or maybe even turn this all the way off. If you want sharper stick inputs, which is going to have more sort of nervous flight footage, you're going to move this up. I mean, you can move this all the way up. Feed forward is specifically just going to sharpen up the stick response. It's really nice, and it doesn't make the rig fly away or anything like that. So there you go. There's a really quick tutorial on how to tune PIDs. Because as we all know, if you can tune a fish, you can tune a quad. I did a live stream like a week ago about tuning. Watch that if you want to learn more. Whoopfox says, have you used or looked into the True Diversity iFlight ELRS receiver? I need to buy a lot and looking for other options. I have not. I've been really happy with the Radio Master receivers. And you want to kind of pick one and just stick with it. Radio Master were the first ones to have the Gemini dual band receivers, and so I'm just only buying those. You know, Radio Master is a known company that makes really, really good stuff. iFlight seems to make good stuff as well, but like Radio Master makes receivers and modules, right? And so I feel really comfortable sticking with them for everything. So yeah, that would be my recommendation, would be to stick with the Gemini series of Radio Master receivers. These are the XRs. Basically, it's the XR1 and the XR4. The XR1 is really inexpensive, and you can go into your Lua script and switch it between 2.4 and 900. The XR4 is almost twice as expensive because it's really two receivers in one. It runs off of Gemini, and so it'll maintain, depending on the settings, but it'll potentially maintain a 2.4 and a 900 link at the same time and use whichever one. Well, it'll use the 2.4 link because that's lower latency until the signal to noise ratio gets too low, and then it'll switch over to the 900. You don't have to tell it to do so. But they're expensive, and they only work with Gemini modules or the GX12, I think it is, transmitter, the Gemini-specific stuff. But yeah, if you jump on board to the XR line of receivers, you can maybe buy the same receivers for a couple years straight, and then eventually all of your old receivers will be gone, and you'll have the exact same line of receivers in all of your stuff. You'll know which pad is which. They all do have silk screening on them. You know, having like 14 different ELRS receivers, I can tell you, is super annoying because some of them are silk screened, some of them aren't. Some of them, the RX pad is on the outside, some of them, the TX pad is on the outside. When you go to update your ELRS stuff, you have to know the model of the receiver. And so it's really annoying because you'll have like this receiver that has no silk screening on it whatsoever, but you need to update it. And so you got to like dig through Google Images to try to find a picture of that same, whatever, EP1 happy model receiver. It's extra annoying. Pick, it should be kind of Radio Master. Just start buying Radio Master XR receivers moving forward, and then hopefully you replace all of yours. They've got the XR1, which has a UFL port. You can plug a 2.4 or a 900 or a dual band antenna into it. They've got the XR2 or 3, I forget which one. I think it's the XR2, which is ultra small, ultra lightweight. It's got the ceramic antenna on it, so that's for like a tiny whoop or a toothpick build or something like that where you need it to be super small. The XR3 doesn't make a lot of sense. It's diversity, but not Gemini. I guess if you're looking to save a little bit of money, do that one, but don't do that. Jump all the way up to the XR4, which is sort of diversity, but it's really Gemini, which is kind of where you want to go to. BMF Spade says it was $65.79 for a set of 4 with shipping, in reference to the Amax motors. That's a really good deal. Jimmy the Cow says, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Good luck applying water slide stickers with a bunny costume on." I thought I was gonna get the water slide sticker thingies for Christmas. That's okay. I can just order them real quick. Yeah, we're not gonna do water slide stickers because I don't have the right gear to do them, but it's coming, I promise. Nathan Adams says, "Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. You are the OG and a hero in the community. That is all." Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'm a hero, not a villain in the community. Or an anti-hero, I guess. FizzPV says, receiver EP1 to be specific. Yeah, I've used a bunch of the Happy Model ELRS receivers. They're totally fine. They don't have, from what I remember, I don't think they have very good silk screening on them. I don't think they say EP1 anywhere on them. They might. Look, at this point, just start buying the Radio Master XR receivers. Someday you'll go to Gemini and you'll have a bunch of them and you'll be good to go. Whoopfox says, "I've been using Radio Master RP2. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying. Radio Master has the XR and the RPs. I don't know. But like, as far as I'm concerned, the XR receivers, they've got the EP1, which is cheap and uses an external antenna and is selectable 2.4 or 900. There's the XR2, which is ultra small, and then there's the XR4, which is full Gemini. that covers like any build that you want to do. And so just like get on board and start buying the XRs. They're awesome. They're made by Radio Master. They make good stuff. Do it, yo. Do it. All right, cool. I'm caught up on chat, I think. Let me scroll up a little bit. Like I said, unfortunately, YouTube sucks the big one, and they deleted it. Well, YouTube has crashed twice already, and it deleted a whole bunch of chat comments. So if you tagged me before Swiss Lynx's super chat, I didn't get to read it, unfortunately. So just tag me again, and yeah. The ears do wiggle. I'm trying to move my head around as much as I can to make the ears go as insane as possible. Yeah, you got to type at CiottiFPV to tag me. Remind each other. If you guys see somebody forget to tag me, I should put that down here in the bottom. Hold on. Let me, that's Stream Elements. Oh, that's the microphone. Where's the text? OBS, why are you like this? Streaming, here it is. There it is. How do I do this? Type at CiottiFPV for me to read your... Is it a comment? How can I word that better? How can I word that like more of a smart person? I guess comment works, right? There we go. No, I got it. I got it. Type at CiottiFPV to talk to me. Yeah, that sounds a little bit more intelligent. Jimmy the Cow says, watching your stream with my girlfriend. She wants to see Teddy, please. Let's do it. Oh, these are storage charging. Hold on. No. They're at 4 volts. All right. Let's go visit the monster. Let's get this party started the right way. Wait till you guys see the goddamn costume he has on him. I wonder if I can put this on. No, I can't put these on above the, above. That's not the word. Over the schlip-schlops and the bing-bong. Hold on. I gotta unplug and replug the receiver. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Now we're talking. 1 hour bunny punishment. 1 hour bunny. Nope. Hold on. I gotta fix this one too, because we are going to be at the bench for a while. Plus, text. Gear Fun 3. It's going to put it up here. Got that. There we go. 1 hour bunny punishment. Fucking za. Okay. Let's get this little dog. Let's go get him. I've got one of these NX69 batteries. We're going to fly the Hummingbird V4 up there and assault Tedwardo Spaghettiwardo. Here we go. Here we go. All right, hold on. I got to put the bunny slippers on too. We got to go all the way. We got to go all the way. Peak chaos. All right, here we are. Hopefully the bunny ears don't interfere with the radio waves. What do I have to do? Put these goggles over my eyes? Is that how we fly? That's how we fly, isn't it? Here we go. Oh, shit. Where's this little dog? He got an octopus toy today that you will not believe. Where is he? Where's that little jerk at? He's probably out here. There he is! Look at this costume on this dog. Look at him. Look at this. Look at these pajamas on this itty bitty dog. Ugh! I'm trying to get his little butt. You gotta see his little booty. Oh god. Oh god. Oh boy, he's cornering me. He's cornering me. Teddy, let me look at your butt. Oh, shit! Tried to eat me. Sneak up on him. Oh! Alright, well. There it is. You can kind of see his butt. Well, at some point, I'll pick him up and show you guys his booty. His booty hole. That's not true. Oh, God! Them stairs or something else. Oh, God. Oh, God. I got 1 minute and 50 seconds from a battery that had been discharging for a while. That's mad. Ugh. All right. There we go. First battery down. That was an NX69. I want to make sure I don't over discharge it to hurt it. These are absolutely fresh. I'm going to do... they are being discharged down right now to storage voltage. I think this is the third cycle of these NX69 batteries. I cycled the Lava V2s 3, maybe 4 times, and so yeah, this is I'm really excited to test these batteries against each other. I am gonna have to do a little bit of bench work. The plan is to take where have the tiny whoops gone? Here they are. The plan is to take the Basher Ultimate Freestyle Tiny Whoop here, which has one of these excellent little LED light 180 degree BT 2.0 jib jabs on them. And I'm going to cut one of these NX69s really, really short. I'm going to cut the wires like that short on it. And then I'm going to piggyback it onto this little guy. So we'll have 2 battery connectors on the same rig, and we can just go back and forth between NX69 and Lava V2, and we'll see what's what. We'll see which one gives us better runtime, which one can pull more amps, which one will pull more RPM, right, on the same exact build with the Newbie Drone Hummingbird motors, which are hungry. These are hungry motors, so this will be a good test for this build. I was kind of thinking about doing it on this Mobula 6 2024 setup, but with the direct soldered motors, I'm not convinced that I can keep this thing from exploding for a full... looks like YouTube's about to crash again, so this is great. The one day of the year that I really need YouTube to behave, and it's being a complete anus. So, you know, business as usual over at YouTube, I guess. Donkeys. Come on, man. YouTube will crash at some point here, and the stutteriness will go away for another 15 to 20 minutes. I hope it's not like this all night, because this is going to get really old if it doesn't. I guess there's a lot of people watching YouTube right now. I don't know. It's nothing on my side. It's I restarted the computer. I closed tons of tabs. I've got practically nothing going on in this computer that would cause these issues. And it's like obvious. It starts to stutter and freak out like this minutes before YouTube crashes. So it's, you know, kind of it is what it is. It's too busy live streaming fireplaces, CCAT Ryan says. That's exactly it. That's what's on upstairs right now. I'm looping my little, looping this little propodial here under the propeller and safely removing it. Oh, so good. There it is! YouTube has crashed. Let's relaunch it. Okay. And we are going to pop out chat. And there we go. Here we go. Top chat to live chat. Pause this, and we're back. Okay, cool. Yeah, yet another HQ Ultralight became a biblade, even though I didn't want it to. Flying a little bit yesterday. Speaking of yesterday, hold on. Get some of this stuff out of the way here. Speaking of yesterday, yesterday I had a good old destroy the prototype frame session. I had my first destroy the prototype frame session, and it went super well. I might have killed the ESC. I at least killed a motor on the left front here. Motor number 4 stopped working. And so this is the first prototype of my frame. It's the one with the regular old solid base plate here. But the arms are no different. We've not changed the arm design between like prototype version 1 and prototype version 2, basically. And so this represents something that should crash exactly the same as the final version. I'm hoping that the current version we have is the final version, but in case it's not, yeah, we want to try to sort of figure that out. So I took this out yesterday to a jungle gym and just absolutely hammered the living hell out of it. And managed to do some damage, which is, that's what I want. Like, I want to break it, to be really honest. So the current setup is like unknown ESC, Talon F7 flight controller, CL Racing made them. Old school RCX 1304 5000 kV motors, Gemfan 3016 tri-blades, and then I've been running this on 4S 550 mAh batteries. As you can see, I managed to break the head of the antenna off, so it basically doesn't have an antenna right now. I do need to fix that. ELRS on board with a little 2.4 mini Mortal T, and it's got an analog camera, a little Runcam Racer 2 or 3 or 4, something like that. And so I've got loads of these propellers from a Gemfan sponsor box a few years ago. So I took this out and just absolutely punished the shit out of it. And I've managed to do a little bit of damage. So I have managed to really beat on the arm ends. And like when you see this, all of this abuse saved this motor. This motor would have been long gone if it weren't for these nice long arm ends to protect it. So this is like exactly what I wanted to see, right? Like this is it. You can now, like once this arm end starts to get beat up, you can either replace it or you can just put a whole bunch of super glue in there and then clamp the layers together, which is what I'll end up doing. I'm going to just dump super glue in here and then put this in the vise, and this arm end will be good to go again for a while. Super glue holds these layers together really, really, really well. And so, yeah, that arm took a good amount of abuse. This arm took a little bit of abuse here as well. I did a couple failed Matty flips, which should have beat up the rear arms a little bit, but I'm not really sure. The batteries took a bunch of damage, which, you know, kind of is what it is. Any top mount battery, when you start crashing inverted really hard, it's gonna do, yeah, your batteries are gonna become airbags basically. But the frame is totally sound. Everything feels just as strong as it was. I would love to have put more abuse into this, but this motor or this ESC channel died before I had a chance to. So I am going to fix this and then get it back out for more abuse. The other thing that I always like to check with a frame is, are the screws backing themselves out? And I haven't had a chance to check that yet. That one was fine. That one's fine as well. That one's fine. That one's fine as well. So looking good for the motor screws. And then you also want to check these screws in here. These are the ones that I'm usually most worried about. Nope, that one's good. Inner. That one's good. Good to go. Cool. So it doesn't look like this thing is rattling itself to pieces. Front ones are good. That one, just let me turn it a little bit. That one took the tiniest little bit as well. It could just be the standoff spinning, to be honest. But awesome. After 3 batteries of slamming, which I'm going to show you right now, these arms are all set to go. So again, the flight footage is kind of ugly because it's analog, but that's sort of the point. I didn't want to put an HD setup in this and then go demolish it, right? I built this with like parts I had laying around so I could just hammer the living hell out of it. As it crashed more and more, it lost a lot of power.
Again,
It was not making much power by the end of the abuse
2.5
session here. And so I'm going to give my voice a little bit of a break and play the first abuse flight file for you here. This is one of the ways I've realized that I can spread the 12 hours of talking out a little bit as I go out and record voiceover stuff. The voiceover stuff is way easier now that the HD0 goggles have a mic hooked up. So you're listening to audio through the HD0 goggles. Here was the first Abuse My Frame battery with audio.
All right, let the destruction begin. This is durability testing my frame. Let's see how this goes. Hold on, let me turn the motor limiting down just a little bit. 5,000 kV motors. 1,000 kV motors on 4S. There's gonna be a lot of crashes here, fair warning. Oh my god. I couldn't get the hover under control. Props are starting to sound banged up already. Nope. Not enough throw. Oh my god, what the hell? These aren't the kind of crashes that I want. Oh my god. Well, that's kind of the crash that I want. It's a little windy. I'm struggling.
Don't worry, the crashes get way more violent on the next 2 batteries.
Oh shit. I'll change the props after this battery. Ooh, that was only plastic. Ah, come on. Well, let's do this. Uh-oh. Something ain't right. Blade's probably bent. Let's fix it real quick. Oh god. Antenna got all banged up. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Alright.
Okay, so again, the crashes are gonna get way
Alright, I'm
worse
leaving the
from here.
mangled props for a minute.
Hold on. This is my frame. This is the version 1 of the prototype. The arms are exactly the same. 170 grams all up weight with the 550 mAh 4S battery. This doesn't exist yet. This is still super early prototypes. 2026, this will be available for sure. I gotta, once I break it and figure out where it fails. If we need to beef it up, we will. If not, I'll just figure out where I'm going to get them cut. But this is a 2026 project. The top plate is sized for either the 450 or 550 mAh long batteries, or you can do the 4S 850. It should be strong enough for 250, 260, 270, 280 grams all up weight. But I got to find that out. And this is how I'm finding that out. So here's the second battery.
Mainly because I'm running out of light. I'll go get it real quick.
Right around this point is where I realized I'm just gonna have to start.
Right, I'm gonna change this one prop.
Slamming into
One of the
stuff.
blades.
One of the propellers was getting really bad. Both front propellers were actually getting really bad.
Up.
And so now the total
Banged
chaos
up.
begins.
Just kind of getting used to the up tilt, I think.
Merry Christmas, Dad! Here we go.
That was a hard hit. Let me try that again. It's like the gutter run. Oh my god, dude. Let's try it this way. Those are hard hits. So I've waited until the second battery. I do have another battery charging, but Jesus. Yeah, so now we're putting some abuse into it for sure. It ain't flying right anymore. Motors are probably really hot. Let's take a quick look at it. See where we're at here. Sliding down the slide. That was amazing. That's it for this battery.
So by this point, okay, so that's it. Wait.
All right, this is the Baby Turtle
I think I
V7
revisited
analog.
it
This
at
is
some
on
point.
1002 14,000.
But oh right, I only had the 2 batteries, so I had to charge the one battery. I had to wait for the one battery to finish charging. Those were some of the big hits. I mean, that was like 20, 30 miles an hour into metal bars, right? And a bunch of those hits. I think the left front being all banged up was from those metal bars, but it needs way more abuse than that. But yeah, there's your update on my frame. I don't know if I mean, we'll see if we have time. If that's kind of like low priority, pulling that left front motor off and swapping it out to see if the problem is the motor or the ESC. But hey, let's talk about it real quick. So on the next battery that I'll play at some point here, all of a sudden this thing would no longer take off. The left front motor, when you arm it, is just twitching. Twitch. It won't spin all the way around. And so the problem is either the motor or the ESC channel. And so the proper way to troubleshoot this is, I mean, first thing you want to look for like physical issues, right? You want to take the motor, spin the motor, make sure that it's still spinning freely. If it's able to freewheel like that, it's totally fine. Pull on the motor, make sure you didn't lose like the C-clip or there's nothing weird looking going on like that. That's totally fine. At that point, switch the motor out. Don't blame the ESC, even if you're sure it's the ESC. Switch the motor out, because the problem, even though a twitching motor seems to be an ESC problem, it can very well be a motor problem. And so that's going to be the troubleshoot on this. We're going to remove this motor, we're going to put another one on there, and if the problem doesn't go away, then sure, it's the ESC that blew up. But it's so much easier to swap the motor out, so always do that first. That's the proper troubleshoot. That is only if you're flying it around completely fine and you smash into something and then the motor starts twitching. If you do a fresh build and a fresh brand new motor is twitching, it's probably not an issue with the motor or the ESC. It's probably like your ESC startup, ESC startup values or some other kind of issue. This is specific to, I was flying this thing, I slammed it into something, and now all of a sudden one of the motors is twitching. That's going to be either a blown up stator or a blown up ESC channel. Cool? There you go. And that's kind of a boring troubleshoot for this. So we'll see. If I'm bored, 10 hours in, maybe we'll dig that thing out. But let me get caught up here on the live stream. By the way, one of the funniest Christmas surprises of all time. My parents got me this I asked for it, but they got me this for Christmas. They came over. They're in Florida in their RV right now. 2 weeks ago, they came for our Christmas here. It was a week and a half ago, I guess. And my dad bought himself one, so they gave me this as a present. I was like, "Oh, cool!" And I'm screwing around with it. My dad disappears, and he walks out in an extra large one of these. It was absolutely amazing. I put a picture on my Instagram. CiottiFPV.com has a link to my Instagram. Follow it. Do the thing. Click the buttons. Do social media things. You know what to do. Let me get caught up on chat. Jimmy the Cat. Oh no, we got that. Tanky says, I want to see a power loop between the ears. Deal. Remind me next time I'm flying. We'll do that. I'll stand up over there and see if we can do it. Levster says, hey everyone, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas everybody. I don't think I said that yet. Sorry. It was understood. Uriel says, over here is every expat foreign worker are Skyping, etc. busy. Oh yeah, right. Everybody that's away from their family is doing Skype and whatnot. Meyer CR says, sent you PayPal. Thank you for a tiny whooping 2025. You're certainly welcome, Craig. I'm starting to figure out your guys' YouTube names since YouTube changed things. Craig Meyer with a $25 PayPal. Thank you so much, brother. Hey, by the way, CiottiFPV.com has a PayPal link. If you don't want Google and or YouTube to take 30% of your money, you can use that PayPal link. Do exactly what Craig did here. Tag me, say, yo, Ciotti, go check your PayPal, because I want to get it in here. And so let's get this going. And math 8, 9. Hopefully that's right. There we go. Thank you so much, Craig. Merry Christmas, brother. Denzel the Turbo says, oh my god, I missed the start. Merry Christmas, Ciotti, and everyone in the Gangly Gang. Merry Christmas to you as well. And then Denzel says, you look like a pink nightmare, a deranged Easter bunny. Indeed. BlitzFPV says, Merry Gangly Christmas to your dromies. Thank you, dude. Denzel, okay, so I was talking about that while I was playing those videos. David Ciotti says, Aaron, how come you aren't wearing the mittens for your suit? It was getting a little hot with the mittens on. So it's also hard to type and use the computer without the mittens. But I wore the mittens at first. David Ciotti with a $100 super chat. Dad, thank you so much. I'm going to need to reset the timer here. So let's get this. 3 goes to 4. And I now have to add an extra hour onto the bunny suit. So we're an hour and 45 minutes into this already. That's wild. So when we hit $300, I did a 3-hour. You can see it there. It says 3-hour. I did a 3-hour timer. We're now down at 138, so I'm going to bump this up to 238. So I need to open, and we're going to cancel, and I'm going to do 2 hours, 38 minutes. There you go. There's your proof. We put an extra hour on there. Dad, thank you so much. Holy hell. Super, super, super generous. You guys are all the best. And then I think I saw my email ding. Hold on. There it goes. Complete networking, which is Jimmy. Complete networking with a $50 PayPal. Dude, thank you. He says, pink bunny sucker moo. Jimmy. Phone timer crashed the stream. It better not have. All right, so that's 50, 8, 3, 5, 3. I think I did the math right. I gotta add an extra hour. I will gladly add an extra hour. Thank you, guys. So we're now at 237. That's gonna go up to 337. Cancel. 337. There it is. There's your proof. Okay, there we go. Got it. Thank you, people. Thank you for torturing me. It is hot in this thing. It's 70 plus degrees here in Georgia today, and I'm wearing a goddamn pink bunny suit, and the heat's on in the house. What temperature is it in the basement? Let's see. In the basement, it is, I think it's like 70 degrees down here. It's 68 degrees down here. There it is. Jimmy the Cow says, sent you a few bucks via PayPal. Merry Christmas. Moo. Thank you, brother. What's the story behind Jimmy the Cow? What's the cow part? Tell us no. Tell us no. Tell us now. The stream's still up, right? Can you guys still, chat still seems to be working. Okay, cool. I'm worried because Denzel the Terrible said phone timer crashed the stream. I've got 0 dropped frames though in OBS. For the record, when everything starts stuttering and I start blaming it on YouTube, I can do that because the OBS tells me if there's any dropped frames, and I still have 0 dropped frames for the last hour and 42 minutes. There we go. Thank you, Uriel. All right, cool. So let me give you the last abusive battery that killed this left front motor real quick. That should be here. I just have to find the strange looking Sky. Is that this one?
The wind bars considered.
Nope, not this one.
Hammered by the wind.
Not this one.
These two.
Is it this one? Not this one. It's probably this one.
And I hit my.
Yeah, there's some.
How have I hit that 3 times in a row?
It's this one. All right, so here's the last battery of abuse of my frame with voiceover. Enjoy.
All right, here we go. Torture battery number 3 of my build, my frame rather, which is on RC and Power old school 1304 motors, 5000 kV, 4S. They're motor limited down a bunch. Gem fan. Ooh, this antenna's about to pop off. The head of the antenna's about to pop off. Gem fan 3018s. Oh, God. Oh, God, that was full throttle. Oh, shit, I can't believe I hit that. Let's try it again. Hit it twice, that's insane. Oh, God. I hope you guys can hear the impacts. Standing as close as I can before it gets like real sketchy and I hit myself. Oh, God, that was not on purpose. Oh, let's try this. I have a high risk move we can try. Nope, didn't quite get there. How have I hit that 3 times in a row? Oh! I think the up tilt has moved. Oh boy. Oh, I think the ESC might have just died. It just lost all power on one of the motors. Either I banged a motor up, either motor for the motor itself or the ESC has blown up. It will not spin. I'll fix it and
that's
we'll beat
it.
up some more.
It was
week,
making
probably.
less and less and less power. And then it just did something. Yo, I'm a tiny little bit hungry and I got some weird shit for Christmas. Let's do taste testing together. Look at this. Cookie butter inspired, because apparently they didn't put any actual cookie butter into it. They just put cookie butter flavoring into it, I'm sure. Chips Ahoy's. I don't hate it. I don't usually like chewy Chips Ahoy. It's all right. I'll eat them. I would rather have regular old crunchy Chips Ahoy though, if I'm honest. But not bad. If you like cookie butter, you might dig them. Salted caramel Twix. This is probably really good. I'd rather have a regular Twix. It's too salty. If you've ever eaten a Twix and been like, man, I wish this was saltier. Because Twix have caramel in them, right? Pretty good. pretty good. These are, yeah, if you have a Twix bar, sprinkle some salt on it. That's what this is. Not bad at all. I like that better than Cookie Butter Chips Ahoy. And then look at this monstrosity. Speaking of monstrosities, this is gonna be gross. I absolutely love Oreos. I absolutely love Reese's. I did that backwards. But these two together, like, Christmas is the perfect time to buy someone this. And I'm absolutely thrilled that Maggie got this for me. But I guarantee this is bad. It's just these two things do not belong together. They need to exist in their own separate circles. Ugh, why is it that color on top? It's like white chocolate on top. I guess that's the Oreo. That's supposed to be like the Oreo cream, I guess. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, we're off to a bad start. Oh! How? I don't get it. How is that not bad? It tastes like both things. It just barely tastes like Oreo. But there's like crunchiness. Like, I guess they show it in the picture there. There's like little chunks. It's not bad at all. I wish it was. YouTube's gonna crash again. I wish it was bad, especially because I just said I guarantee that this is going to be bad. But it isn't. If I eat more than one of these, my stomach will definitely explode out of my anus. So I've folded it over, and it shall go somewhere else. I would rather just have like a regular Reese's still, I think, or an Oreo. But oh my god, that is like really not bad. That is really not terrible. And it's kind of good. It's just, it's not like better. It's not better enough. It's not better. Man, it really tastes like a Reese's though. Sometimes when they do these crazy ones, like they lose the flavor of the original thing. You know what I mean? It's definitely, they got it. It's definitely Reese's Oreo. It's certainly not Oreo Reese's. It's very Reese's forward. Yeah. Oh. Sorry, that was a reaction from saying Reese's forward. When I say, you know, things like that, it makes me sick to my stomach. Because only people that make me sick to my stomach say things like forward to reference something that tastes more like one ingredient than the other. It's just in general, you know, jargon. Bad. Don't use jargon. It's bad. Oh, shit. Yeah. got it. We got some food. We got some food going. And then I don't need to taste test this, but if you don't know the magic of Tony's Chocolonely, you are missing out, man. Tony's Chocolonely is just terrific. It's got the best name in the game. What game? Why is there a game? Why is there always a game? Does there need to be a game for everything, so that there can always be a best something of the game? Does there always have to be a game? Look, it's got perforations here. Do we really need to? Do we? Can't there just not be a game? No, there has to be a game. Oh, I hate when it does this. I hate when they perforate it and it doesn't rip on the perforations. Come on now. Make your perforations deeper, companies. I'm not going to eat one of these. I'm going to save these for when it's late at night and I'm all alone. But a little thing of all the different Tony's Chocolonies. This is... Oh my good God. Yeah, man. Get you some Tony's Chocolonely. Look at that. The top bit. You rip it and then you reclose it. Press your ear against the chimney to hear the Christmas spirit. I can't hear it, but I'm sure it's there. Yeah. Awesome. All right. What are we doing? What's up next? What are we doing? Hey, look at this. The Flywoo AIO came with one of their little XT60s, which has these cool little color-coded back pieces on it. Pretty slick. If you're gonna run an XT30 rather. If you're gonna run an XT30, it might as well be a Flywoo one, because you can get them with these crazy things. That's not the alarm. We still got 3 hours and 22 minutes on the alarm. Yeah, I'm gonna save this. Next XT30 I do, I'm gonna use that. Hey! Alright. Oh, I need to... I got this. I got this. There we go. There we go. That's the stuff. Wait, no, now it's too long. There we go. That makes more sense, right? God damn it, YouTube. Can you get your shit together, please? Good Lord. Pop out chat. And there we go. Top chat down to live chat. Got it. Pause that. Okay, beautiful. All right. Whoopfox says, where do you find the power distribution panels for standalone ESCs? Been wanting to try a build like that. What's that mean? Tag me again and ask that question in a different way. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, like, way back in the day, when we used to run individual ESCs, there were PDBs that we would have to buy. But, I mean, we're going like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years back. We haven't done that in forever. We just do all in one or 4-in-1 ESCs nowadays. So I'm curious as to what you're referencing, because it sounds like I showed something that had individual do you are you thinking that these little LED race wires are individual ESCs? That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, no, these are just LED race wires. This is an all-in-one. Don't use individual ESCs. It's a terrible idea. It's way heavier. Your ESC is out on the arm where the propellers are going to hit it and break it. Yeah, individual ESCs is bad. Denzel the Terrible says, get you some double Zout licorice. Euro can confirm I always get some of my stocking. I'm not a huge licorice fan. Maggie likes licorice. Double Zout. I'm going to add that to my magical mystery Christmas notes in my phone here for next year. Double Zout licorice. What the hell is double Zout licorice? Look at that. Oh, double. It's double. Double Zout. Double salt. Oh my god. All right, well, next year, or for her birthday, she shall get double Zout licorice. I'm pretty sure that Maggie likes licorice. Whoop Fox says, speaking on bad food, don't try the Cool Ranch Doritos chicken meat stick from Jack Links. Cool Ranch Doritos chicken meat stick. That's too many words. Don't ever order something that has that many words. That's the problem. Denzel the Terrible says, can we circle back to the Reese's? How well did they integrate the synergy of the two flavors? God. Oh, boy.
We have to be disruptive. I'm at capacity. Let's really drill down on this.
Oh, God, killed myself.
Let's really drill down on this.
Oh, am I hitting the top buttons?
Let's take that offline.
Oh, there we go.
What would be the key learnings here? Let's circle back to that.
Ugh.
I feel like there's a disconnect.
Frank Nicholas sent me this. It makes me miserable. I just threw up like 4 times when I was pushing those buttons. It was horrifying. Yo, the autofocus on this Sony A5100 is really impressive. I'm kind of blown away by the auto. Has anybody else noticed it? Yeah. Damn. By the way, I've got the room in Christmas mode. Everything, all the lights are in green and red. Even the little Pixar lamp thing. Except for the LEDs back behind the things. Because, well, hold on. Can I make them? It usually looks stupid when they're any color other than blue. But, hold on, let's see. Come on. Come on. Wait, no. Magic Home, there we go. And then okay. Nope. It claims that they're offline. Nope, there it goes. Shelf strip lights. Let's see. What's green look like? Awful. What's red look like? The red's okay. It's just not very bright. Oh, look how good it looks purple. Oh! That's blue. I'm going to shift the color around. That's like a pink into red, yellow into green, and the blues. The blues just look too fucking good. Red looks okay. We'll do green. Yeah, green. What do you guys want to do first? Battery test? Here, I'm going to put a poll up. Where's the poll button? Engage with your audience. Start a poll. What we do first? Battery testing? CiottiFPV frame build, or what's a third option? I also have a Mavic controller repair. Those are the 3 big things. Starting pole. There you guys go. Craig says, yes, the video is sharp, great focus. Doubles out means double salt, Denzilla says. Denzilla also says, Whoop Fox means the race wires. Gotcha. Gary Higgins says, how's your day been going? Awesome, man. Hopefully yours has been as well. Denzilla, we got that. Okay. Got it. Shelby Voles in the house, too. What's up, Shelby? How you been, brother? All right. So, as a reminder, I am stuck in this bunny suit for an additional 3 hours and 14 minutes. Once that hits 600, it will add another hour to the bunny suit torture. And I didn't see, but Craig has done exactly that. Craig with a $100 PayPal. Dude, thank you so much. Holy hell. He says, okay, giving you an extra hour in the bunny suit. Thank you, brother. Holy shit. I don't think I already added that, but if I did, so be it. 5 goes to 6, and let me get this situation figured out. So there's the timer, 3:13, so I'm going to make that go to 4:14. 4:13. 4:13. 4 hours. 13. Start. There you go. There's your proof. Proof of life. Jimmy the Cow says, test how many kisses Teddy Spaghetti can withstand. I gotta show you guys his outfit. It's just outrageous. Teddy! Let me see if I can get him down here without running upstairs. Hold on. I'm gonna run upstairs just to say hi to the family. And I'm gonna play for you a little bit more of the flying from yesterday with a little bit of voiceover on it. And I don't even know what this was that I'm flying. I'm going to have to literally
GemFan 2023 S.
So let's see. Let's listen, rather.
Alright, this is the Baby Turtle V7 analog. This is on 1002 14000's GemFan 2023 S.
Baby Turtle V7 analog. This is on 1002 14,000
I was just flying a
2S 300 mAh.
Rig that weighs almost 3 times as much.
Yeah, this is a hell of an adjustment for me.
The difference is unbelievable.
Well, this is too short.
Oops.
Hold on. I'm just going to give this to you because this is super short video.
Alright, this is the Big 3S. I was just flying a rig that weighs almost 3 times as much. The difference is unbelievable. Oops. Fucking A. I don't necessarily want to go beating this thing up because of the motors that are on it, but flying jungle gyms like this with open prop builds is really difficult. Wow, the power to weight ratio this has is insane. Oh, that was a hard hit. Oh no. I think I threw one of the props.
So get this.
Balls.
I just said, I think it threw one of the props. It threw 3. It threw 3 propellers in that one crash. I've seen 2 before, but I've never seen 3. I wasn't even mad. I was just like, holy shit. So yeah, that was this Baby Turtle V7, little silly analog build. So much fun to fly, man. 1002 14,000s. These are a little too high of a KV. But they're motor limited down, which is totally fine. These are like iFlight Defender motors, which is why I'm like, I don't want to beat these motors up because they're kind of rare. But RC and Power makes a 1002 14,000. Which once I have on here so that I can get replacement motors, I will pound on this thing a lot more. But yeah, super fun little analog build. Baby Turtle from sub 250 GFPV. I think I have a little X12 in here. Super simple. Cadix Ant camera looks terrible. And then the Gemfin, it had 4, but now it only has 1. Gemfan 2023S. The Gemfan 2023S propeller really needs to be tightened up on a lot of motors. I use M1.7 screws. If you run an M1.7 screw up a Gemfan 2023S, it will tighten it up quite a bit. And you won't have issues with them flying off the motors. But yeah, that's what you were just watching. I'm going to give you something a little tiny bit longer because I want to run upstairs and get Teddy. And so the next battery was what? What is this? Can you open, please? Open! There it goes. All right. Past me.
All right, this is a 1002 75mm 2S Tiny Whoop, RC and power 14,000.
Okay, cool. Here you go. I'll be right back.
All right, this is a 1002 75mm 2S Tiny Whoop, RC and power 14,000s, Gemfan 1610s, CO3 camera, Mobula 6, canopy, X12 AIO, Mobula 7 V3 frame. I'm going to fly the rest of the battery that I was just flying. Ah. It was a little bit windy. Whoops. Oh, man. Let's try it again. Oh. Yeah, man, once you have prop guards doing all this really in-close stuff, is so much more realistic. Oh! Oh. Shitters. Don't do it. Hell yeah. See the wind there. Wind is pushing me.
That was fucking dirty.
Oh shit. Can't believe I caught that. My God, dude. Ah! I couldn't decide whether to go under or over. Try it again. There we go.
Look how good this thing flies, man. This is under the goddamn champion of the jungle gym.
So this is on the RC and Power 1002s. I really like these. They have a ton of grunt. The other one's on the 802s. And that one's super lightweight for the wind right now. This is the one right here. The wind is just carrying me. I'm doing those straight, and then the wind is carrying me. Ah! And now the camera has slipped into 0 up tilt. Let me. This battery's done. Wow, is that fun? Ugh. Okay, back to a couple little
There
tiny
it
loops.
is. Yo, so
I
good.
hope you guys can hear.
So
The
good.
seat has blown up. For
Okay, so
the
that's
motor.
this video here, and that puts us into the next. All right, cool. That was apparently the ultimate jungle gym basher. I can't believe how good that was. Mobula 7 V3 frame, RC and Power 1002, 18,000s, motor limited down to like 80%, I think. Gemfan 1610s, X12, old school Mobula 6 canopy, and CO3. Is that a CO3? Yep, CO3 camera. CO3 camera is sitting on a little PET PETG mount. I just need to add the screws do screw into that PETG mount, but they don't hold. And so I just need to take a little bit. I need to set the up tilt and then take a little bit of E6000 to keep this mount from slipping. I went upstairs to grab the dog, and I got all obsessed with food, and I grabbed food instead of the dog. God damn it. Incredible. 300 mAh BT 3.0 tiny whoop batteries, ORT Micro V. That's it. Unbelievable how good this was at that jungle gym. I also flew 65mm 1S rigs there, and you'll see them in a little bit. But this was phenomenal. There's a little bit of wind. The response time of having these things on 2S is quick enough that you can actually make the corrections that you need to duck in and out of the little spots. I was really blown away by how good this was. I don't know if I've ever had these at the jungle gym before. I did a whole bunch of 1S 75mm jungle gym bashing, but apparently I didn't do any 2S stuff because I would have realized how good it is. The dog just has to come down. Teddy, come here. Teddy! Teddy! I got toys for you. Come on, buddy. Teddy! Come here, buddy. I don't have any of his toys. I took all of his toys upstairs. Yeah. Here he comes. Here, my boy! Yay! Little devil. Oh, he stinks. Ooh, he stinks so bad. Look at these pajamas. Look at this dog butt in these dog pajamas. Look at him. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'm trying to switch hands with you, little buddy. There he is. There he is. Oh, my God. Oh, there he is. What are you going to do, buddy? What are you going to do when Hulkamania runs wild on you, Teddy? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He being crazy. Look. There's a little butt flap. It's a perfect little butt flap. You smack it. You just... Dogs like being beaten. Ooh! He's unfazed by the bunny costume. He doesn't care. All right, Teddy's out. He just runs like hell. He runs and shakes himself off. Ooh, it's getting hot. It's getting hot because I'm moving around. Woo! All hail Teddy Spaghetti, indeed. Jimmy the Cow says, test how many kisses Teddy Spaghetti can withstand. he's just too smelly. He's been running around outside and now he just ooh he stinks. He stinks something awful. Hey, Ryan says send a little something to the PayPal. Happy Chrysler. Is that a spell? Is that a spell thing? Spell. Hey, Ryan, with a $27 PayPal. Thank you so much, brother. I think that might... what's that going to do to this crazy number? 7 plus 9 makes it go to 6. And that goes to 4. But then it goes to 6. Look at that. That's the slowest clap I can do. 10 points for you, sir. Amazing. Thank you, dude. Oh my god, amazing. So good. Uriel says, do you also have a light set on him when you do a walk for him? It's a must-have. No. Safety. No light set. We don't walk him often enough. We need to walk him more. He's just such a terrorist when we walk him, though. He's just a bad dog. He's a good dog. He is a bit of a terrorist when we walk him, though. Hey, I put that poll up. Let's see what the poll's up to. CiottiFPV frame build strongly in the lead. Battery testing second. Mavic controller repair third. I could have guessed that. 39 votes. That's plenty. All right, I ended the poll. Let's get into it. Let's get it started since I'm caught up on Chad. Let's clear this little area off since we are going in, and then we'll do the battery testing either when I need a break from this or when this is done. So there we go with that. Some Flywoo stuff from that little build here. Okay, that won't come off, so get that out of there. Why do I have a big pile of M2 screws here? This is strange. So you guys are going to hear all sorts of strange shit coming from the kitchen. I don't understand why there's so much banging going on, but there's lots of banging going on. So anybody with headphones, blame my family. I'm not sure. They're making lasagna. I wouldn't think lasagna would require this much smashing on the counter, but you know, who am I to? I don't know cooking things. I'm not good at cooking. All right, so if you've ever wondered what an O4 Lite air unit is like to open, since you know we may never get them in cheeseburger land ever again because of idiots, there's that little thing, and then you open it up. That's it. That's all there is. Now there's some stuff inside. Look, so an anti-static thing. And then they give you this. Oh, that's right. They give you a nice little silica packet. It's a very high quality silica packet. And then look, they give you this giant fold out manual. Look at the size of it. It's got all the languages, so you can, you know, start learning Dutch, perhaps. And this is actually really nice because it gives you the wiring diagram here. So save one of these when you buy one. Someday you'll need that wiring diagram. And it also gives you the O4 Pro and the Lite wiring on it. And then in here, they give you a whole bunch of stuff. I got it! All right, we got it. I got it. My God. Jesus. So they give you this wacky little thing. This thing constantly confuses me. So it has like a little lens on it, right? And then it's got this blue, but then there's no lens on this side. It's very weird. Like, why is it blue? Like it feels like, and what it's for is it goes over that, but it doesn't have any adhesive on it. So like, unless you have a mount that's set up for this, like, this is just the weirdest thing ever. It's so strange that there's no adhesive on it, right? There should be a little thin thing of adhesive. And then, like, why is it blue? Like, what's it blue for? You know what I mean? Why blue? Very weird. Very, very weird. The actual unit itself. Oh man, I need to strengthen that shit up. All right, well, yeah, let's do it right now. We're gonna do it right now. Here's how you prep these things. Here's how you prep these things. When you get an O4 Lite, you need to do this. At the very least, do this with E6000. But if you have an adhesive that dries harder than E6000, you can use that as well. And so it's just this joint in between the camera and the little daughter board. And I'm just gonna do this real quick, and then I'll show you on the close-up camera. But let me just get this going. This is a massive weak point in this thing. So you need to get the E6000 in between these two boards here. And you're just trying to kind of build it up. Get it in there. This is a tube of E6000 from tinywhoop.com, and it has this brilliant little extra fine applicator tip that makes this job very simple. So just squeeze it in there. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. And okay. All right, so here's what I just did. E6000 does take 24 hours to cure properly, but I think by the time I'm ready to put this into the build, it will have cured up enough that it won't be a total nightmare. But I'm not willing to put this thing apart, put this thing together without having firmed that up a little bit. So what we did, oh look, YouTube's about to crash. What I just did, all right, hold on. Having to do this in 1 frame per second is going to drive me mad, but I could just come in here. What the hell? Come on, man. There it goes. And put this to manual focus. And all right. So the shiny is what you're looking for there. And we just ran a bead of it in between the camera and the daughter board. That's it. You see it kind of like oozing out a little bit. That's not great, but it's okay. And then on the top part, we just got it right down in there. See all that shiny shit? So that's the E6000. So the second layer of PCB here loves to break off of the first layer. So by squeezing E6000 or anything that's going to fill that gap up, yep, it's going to make it a lot stronger. Fair warning though, I still had one that broke there, that I'd done this. But this can only make the situation better, you know what I mean? And so yeah, let me just double check it. I just want to make sure that it's all in there all the way around. Yep. Cool. All right, so I'm going to put this aside so that it will cure up, but you also, of course, get the little wiring harness with black on both sides, which is kind of nice. And then you get this little kit, which has some fun stuff in it. Come on, meow. Are you saying meow? Come on, dude. Why did I rip it like that? That was such a stupid way to rip it. There we go. So they give you a really nice set of rubber grommets that are longer on one side than the other, which is pretty awesome. And then you get the little housing with the weirdly spaced screws on it. I've not used this housing once. I might today, though. This might be the time that I use this actual bracket. And then they give you a set of really nice little screws here, but they are ultra, ultra, ultra short. I don't know what you would really use these super little shorties for, but they give them to you, and that's it. That's what you get with a O4 Lite. So I'm actually going to leave this out. I'm not going to leave these out because I know I'm not going to use them. Well, there's actually a chance I'll use 2 of them. So let's just leave 2 of them out. I'm guessing that they're like a machine thread. I'm guessing that they're the same thread that this housing is. No, they're not. That's completely insane. Really? They're not the same threading as the housing that they give you. So what thread are they? No, they're not. They're not. The housing is probably M2. Here's an M2 screw here. Let's try this in the housing. Yeah, hold on. No, the housing is not M2 either. What's happening here? Am I losing my mind? I'm tempted to just crank on it, but I don't want to strip it out per se. Okay, no, I guess this is it. It's a lot of resistance. It doesn't look like it's stripping it out, though. This housing's weird. You know what? I'm not going to use this housing. I'm going to use the Flywoo housing. Yeah, this housing is stupid. These screws are stupid. Where'd the other stupid screw go? It's already in there. No, it's not. Where's the 4th stupid screw? It's already in there. Somebody in the chat said that this totally has adhesive on it. Does it? Mine doesn't. Or does it? Mine does not have adhesive on it. Why is it blue? This thing is weird, man. I am going to leave these rubber grommets out because you do almost always end up using these. So we'll leave these out. And then this goes back in the box. Back in the box, friends! Get back in the box. You bastard. Come on, get in there. Get! Alright, sweet. Oh, look. YouTube shit the bed again. So I guess this is going to be like a couple times an hour. Great. Way to go, Google and YouTube. Real, the teamwork does not make the dream work with these 2 idiots. Hold on, let me get the chat back going here. And live chat. And there we go. All right. Uriel says, always ood the square barcode to get manuals on my PC as a backup. Yeah, guys, start saving manuals in some form or another, because a bunch of years from now, you will not be able to find manuals for your stuff, and you will not know which pad is which, because sometimes these idiots don't silkscreen on them. do yourself a favor and start figuring out a way to save manuals now, because someday you'll need them. And when you don't have them, it sucks. ELRS says, I don't have to search the internet for what I have. Indeed. Eco says, I'll need to get some glue for LEDs. I plan to stick to my Whoops B6000 or E6000. I see both mentioned interchangeably, it seems. Any thoughts? It's just a color difference, so I would probably do E6000, which is clear. But yeah, there's a bunch of 6000s. There's even 7000s. They all seem like they're the same thing, just in different colors. Denzilla says, how do you change the channel on an analog VTx that isn't hooked up to a flight controller? Am I dumb doing an RCFPV build? There needs to be a button on it. There should be a button on there. And then God only knows what the correct number of button pushes is going to be. Usually, if you tap the button, it's going to go like from race 1 to race 2, for example. But then, like, if you hold the button, it'll go into like channel, it'll go into band mode. And then you tap the button and it'll change bands from A to B to whatever. But different VTXs do that differently. Wait a second. You said flight. Yeah, no. Analog VTX that isn't hooked up to a flight controller. Yeah. You gotta find the button on it. Gotta find the button. All right. Here we go. Let's get started. So, this is going to be a basher, so I'm using these giant M2.5 socket-headed screws on it. I've got this, so this is the split base plate version of my frame. And so there is 15 millimeter standoff in the rear and 20 in the front here. The arms are 3 millimeters thick, and then the rear base plate is 2 millimeters thick. And so that's why we have that 5 mil difference between the front and the rear. Your other option with this frame is going to be to try to find the 18 millimeter standoffs and 23 millimeter standoffs. I forget who sells those, but they do exist. Rugi had a ton of 23 millimeter standoffs made for his glide frames way back in the day. And then I forget why the 18 millimeter standoffs exist, but they do. Or you could do 20 and 25. So 15, 20, 18, 23, 20, 25 are your options on this. For the record, there's a chance that we won't be able to build this. I've not built one of these with the 25 by 25 mounting, so you get to experience the potential pain right along with me. I am going to use these Spinny Boys 1405 motors that I just got for Christmas because I've been dying to use these motors forever. I've only ever had 2 of them. I bought 2 of them stateside, but then whoever I bought them from went out of stock, and I was kind of hoping they would come back in stock. They never did. Oddity RC does sell these on their website, but they ship from overseas. And so I just never ordered a set. But now I have them, thanks to my wonderful partner, Maggie. I'm going to save this because it says what the thing is on the side there. Sorry for anyone wearing headphones. You are now deceased. So here is the 2NRC Poly F405 version 1.2. Looks like we've got the big pads for the motors. We've got a little micro USB port here. Here are the voltage pads. And then we've got all the UART and camera and all those pads. Wow, they're all over the place. Okay, so there are a lot of them are on the bottom here. And it looks like they are silk screened. Let me take a look. Yeah, awesome. Way to go, 2NRC. Thank you for silk screening all of these pads. Did they also silk screen what this is? They did. 2NRC Poly F405 version 1.2. That's the way to do it, my friends. if you buy electronics that don't have silk screening, don't buy another one. Because a couple of years from now, when it's impossible to find the manual, you're going to be up shit's creek without a paddle. So, on my frame here, we've got these press nuts. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so we're going to have to get this lifted up above the press nuts a little bit so that we don't have any components smashing into them. And so the first thing that we do with any build is start to kind of figure that process out. How do we have to space this out? And also, like, how do we want to rotate this, right? You can mount your electronics 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different ways. And you should think about this. If for some reason I can take this USB port and put it on the bottom in a way that like saves me a bunch of room because there's some weird situation with a press nut, do it. You can just flip the thing upside down in Betaflight, and it's totally fine. In this case, if I put this USB port flat against this base plate, that would be pretty annoying to try to get to. So I'm not going to do that. So I now have half as many options because I am going to put this with the USB port facing upwards. And so now it becomes, for me at least, a game of where can I put this USB port so that I can actually plug into it somewhat easily. So if it's here, that's not going to be great. This standoff is kind of in the way. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like, obviously, this is not a USB plug, but like well, here's something that's straight. A straight shot on this plug is like that, and this standoff is kind of in the way. So maybe I'm probably not gonna mount it like that. This is a much better bet. This USB port is out here, so plugging something into it, there's nothing to the left or right of it. So I'm almost certainly gonna mount this AIO either like this or... See, this sucks, again, because this standoff is right here. But again, this is great. We got it just out here. So I'm basically going to mount this either like this or like this so that I have good access to the USB port. So the next way I can I'll usually figure it out is kind of looking at like where the motor pads are. In this case, since we're going to either mount it this way or 180, the motor pads are going to be in the exact same spots. So I can't decide which way to mount it here by the motor pads. Next up are all of the UART pads. Can I mount this in a way where the UART pads that need to go rearwards are close, because I am going to have to put a receiver back here, right? So let's take a quick look. And so it's looking like this is probably going to be the way. But then I've also got these power pads kind of hanging out over here. So I might not want the voltage leads to be on this side of the quad. But let's just take a quick look at the UART pads here. I'm just going to rotate this around. And so we've got ground 5 volt video in, RX1 and TX1. Excellent. Ground 5 volt and video out, VO for video out. Also, this TuneRC Poly does not have a plug header for the DJI setup, so I'm going to need to wire directly to this. So this has, so there's another set of pads over here. What do we got over on this side? TX2, RX2, 5 volt, and ground. All right. And then on the bottom, we've got all kinds of stuff. TX4, RX4. That says 3 volt. That's pretty cool. 3 volt. And then another ground here. Ground 5 volt, RX5, TX5. Motor 5. Oh, look at this. This is really nice. Motor 5, 6, 7, and 8. That's pretty cool. And then TX3, RX3, 5 volt ground. And then over here, ground 5 volt, SCL, SDA. I forget what those are, but sometimes you need those. Ground, 5-volt, LED, and buzzer. Okay, so that's all the pads on this. It actually just occurred to me that I need to make sure that this is going to have enough amperage output for the O4 Lite. Typically, it needs a 3 amp BEC. So what we're going to do is just jump on the internet, and we're going to search for Tune RC Poly F405 V 1.2. Head on over to TuneRC's website, and we'll take a look. 8 megabyte flash for black box. That's great. BMI 270 gyro. That's okay. Okay, so where are the specs? What? How do you not have a little spec sheet, friends? Well, so it has 4 ESCs built into it, and then it's got outputs for 4 more. So if you wanted to do an octo, you could actually use this. It would have to be a itty-bitty little octo, but still. All right, so this is interesting. This is talking about the version 1.2. Why don't you... here we go. Okay. Okay, so we need to look at the how many amps the 5-volt BEC will support. Yeah, here it talks about it. 8 motor outputs. Onboard ESC has been used for 4. You can add 4 external ESCs. Man, you don't see that very often. 5-volt, 2 amp. Hopefully we'll be okay. That's potentially like right on the line. I know usually with 1S, you need a 5-volt, 3 amp BEC. This is going to be on 4S. Hopefully 5-volt, 2 amp being fed by a 4S battery is going to be enough. I don't really have much of an option because I don't think I can run straight battery voltage. DJI O4. Let's just see real quick. I can't search for O4 Lite. That's just what we call it. They just call it O4. Here we go. O4 air unit. Tell me the voltage input. Oh my god, you jerks. DJI O4 air unit voltage. Schweizer says 2.3. 2 to 3. Yeah, there it is. 3.7 to 13.2. 2S or 3S. Okay, so yeah, I can't run straight battery voltage through it. But I'll bet you that we're going to be totally fine. I think why you have to have that 3 amp BEC on the 5-volt for 1S is because 1S things. 1S is just a pain in the ass. So we're going to run this. What we're going to do is we're going to run the wiring harness, and I actually have it right here, for the O4 off of the set of VTx pads right here on the top of this thing. And so this is just going to loop up to the top bit. Speaking of, where did the... There it is. So I'm going to take off the wiring harness here, and I'm going to save it because it's got these fancy black plugs on it. And yeah, we're going to use this guy here, direct solder it to the poly, and then plug it in. I think it's even, I think the plugs are even in the right positions. Let's see. Pins up. So if the pins are up, wait, just double check. Yeah, so pins are up. We've got voltage on the left side. That's all I really need to know. Okay, pins up, voltage. Yep, voltage is on the left. Yeah, so this is set up and ready to go. I had this in something. I think I might have had this on a walk snail build at some point. I'll probably cut these down a little bit. I don't really need all this length, but this is going to get soldered directly up to this guy at some point here, and I'm going to do it right off of the this set of pads. There's this little bank of pads here, and on the top, and then there's this other bank of pads. This has TX2, RX2, 5-volt and ground. So this is going to be the little bank of pads that I run to the receiver. And then this is going to be the bank of pads for the VTx, ground, 5-volt, RX1, TX1. I could interchange those, but since this bank of pads here has like the video in and the video out, I'm going to use this to send power to the video system. You know what I mean? Like if there's a bank of pads that makes some sense to use for the video, use it, because down the road, if you have to take it apart, it'll make a lot more sense to you. So this is the front. I have to reverse this. So this is the front. This is the rear. Red for rear, or like brake lights, I guess. So I think the way that I'm going to orient this AIO is like this. We've got a nice clear path to plug into the USB, and then the VTx pads are maybe not. No, I'm gonna run it like that. Actually, clear path to the USB. The video pads are up here, and so I'll just run the video line up to the VTx. And then the receiver pads are back here. This is how I get the receiver pads as close to the ass of this thing as possible. And then what that also does is that it puts the power pads on that side. I always like to have the power pads on this side, just by the way that I hold the quad and strap the battery on. So this is really, really perfect that it worked out like this. So power pads on that side, USB on that side. That's how I'm going to mount it. Next step is to figure out how on earth we're going to stack this along with the light, the VTx for this thing. And this is going to be a little bit tight. I only know that because I just did this build that I believe has 15 millimeter standoffs, right? I'm pretty sure. Just checking right now. Yep. This build has 15 millimeter standoffs, and so, yeah, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough to get these two things close together. I might have to bump up in standoff height here. I might have to go up to 18s and 23s, but we'll see. It's going to depend on this USB port right here. Can I put this USB port somewhere on the O4 Lite VTx that it doesn't interfere with stuff? Oh, and it's looking good already. It looks like I put it. Oh my god. Yeah. That's how I'm gonna I can already tell that's how I'm gonna stack it. But let's get the standoffs in here first, because that makes this next process 1,000 times easier. All right. Lewis says, chop the casing part off of one of your USB cables so you can almost always plug it in. Yeah, I have a couple of USB cables that are really slim, let's say, for exactly that. All right, here's my beautiful little kit of screws. And so we've got a 15 millimeter standoff, but the screw is going to go through this carbon, and this carbon is 2 millimeters thick. So 15 plus 2 is 17. I'm going to do a 16 millimeter screw, and hopefully I can make this all fit. This is going to be pretty tight, but we're going to give it a shot. So I believe this is a 16 mil. Sure is. Yep. So let me grab 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, and really? I don't have a 4th one that looks like that. No, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. 16 millimeters long. So after it goes through the base plate, it's actually only going to be 14 millimeters long. And that'll allow it to clear the top plate, which is nice. And then you can never just, well, that depends. If the holes in the frame are really tight, nope. See, so the holes in the frame are not like basically so tight that you have to thread this, and so this can happen, and you cannot let this happen. If you mount a stack on stack mounting screws that are able to move like this, they will move like this. You cannot have this. You have to put a nut on this screw to firm it up, and so that is what we need to find in here. And I think I just reorganized this and put a whole bunch of them right over here. So let me just rifle through this real quick and see if I can find the 4. So there are 1 millimeter metal nuts floating around. Or not. Maybe I used the last set of them. So hold on, let's see. I got a silver one. I got a silver one. Oh, you bastard. Really? I only have those 2? Wait, hold on. Is this metal? Yes, that's metal. All right, 3. Tell me I have a 4th. Is that metal? That looks like it's metal. Yeah, that's metal. All right, so I got 4, but 2 of them are silver. Do I have 2 more that are black? I have no idea where I got these 1 millimeter metal M2 nuts from, unfortunately. I have a feeling that like they came with a frame or a motor or something like that. Oh! Here's another metal black one. Come on, give me one more. Give me one more, please. There it is. Yes. I just drop, if I want to tell if they're metal or plastic, I just drop them on a hard surface. All right, cool. So I believe these are the last 4 that I have, so I need to find more of these. But yeah, 1 millimeter thick metal nuts are perfect. So you're gonna run your M2 by 16 up, and then we're gonna send one of these little 1 millimeter thick metal nuts down there, and that is gonna tighten this on up so that this stack mounting screw will no longer wobble around. So without it, without the metal nut on there, it can wobble around that much. Once you put something here to tighten it down, it won't wobble around at all. And that's actually like really, really important. You really need to have... Rosser made a video about this a little bit ago, and the video is called The Golden Nut, and he did a great thumbnail about it. This is super, super, super important. So, real quick, I'm going to throw the one on the other side here, just so that we can start mounting this stack to see if we're going to be able to pull this off without changing the standoffs. And so these are 16 millimeter tall screws. This base plate is 2 millimeters thick. And then we've got a 1 millimeter nut on the bottom. So we need to see if we're going to be able to realistically slam these things close together enough to kind of make this happen. And so that is how this is going to mount. Let me grab a set of rubber grommets for this. And I'm going to grab a really short set of rubber grommets I'm not going to grab a set that are taller on one side than the other. I'm going to grab a set of Beta FPV rubber grommets, actually. Beta FPV sells rubber grommets in a little kit. And there's blue and clear and black in that kit. Each of the different colors is for a different thickness of board. So there's the clear. Here's the blue. And where's one of their black ones? Here's one of their black ones. And so here's what that looks like. This is actually a great little kit to have. Here's what that looks like. And you'll notice the slot in each one of them is a different thickness. So you can pick the exact right grommet for the thickness of your AIO. And so I just tried the black one, and the slot was too thin. Not the end of the world, but, you know, if you got it, you might as well use it. The blue one is a little bit too loose. It's for thicker AIOs, so that means that this clear one is going to be perfect, and it is indeed. And so you can see, if I just kind of rest that in there, you can maybe, just maybe, or maybe not. There you go. See that? See the little gap? See how it's perfect? Isn't that slick? Thank you, Beta FPV. So I'm going to try to use these really thin grommets on this guy. Put that on the wrong one. And I'm just going to put 2 in here real quick, just to see if these press nuts are going to hit it. I might need to run a grommet that's thicker on one side than the other to get this thing to clear the press nuts. But there's only one way to find out. All right, so this is how it's going to line up. So let's just drop this on. Oh, I think I'm going to be good. So at this point, what you're doing is you're just looking down there in between, and you're trying to get a little bit of daylight to come through. It's really hard for me to do this for you, but you want to get some daylight coming through so that you can see those press nuts. And then you do want to push down. These grommets are going to compress, and so push down a little bit, and you just got to make sure that the press nuts aren't going to hit. And then what I'll usually do is just look at the bottom of the board and see what's there. It looks like I'm going to be totally fine. What I'm going to do preemptively is put a little piece of electric tape over top of these. If they do touch, I don't want them to touch as conductive. And so we'll just take a little tiny bit of black electric tape and put it right over those guys. I'm going to leave it wide here. That looks about right. Oh, shit. Okay. And so, just as a slight precaution, I mean, this isn't going to help if they do slam into each other and it breaks one of the components off the board. But if they don't hit each other that hard and they just barely graze it, I mean, the components themselves are not conductive. So like, this is wishful thinking. But like, just do this. Don't not do this, and then have it bite you in the ass. You know what I mean? If you have these press nuts, just do that real quick. So I think we're good. I'm going to put 2 more things on here. I'm going to throw the rest out. No, actually, hold on. Next thing we're going to do. It's kind of annoying that it teeters back and forth here, but that's fine. Wait, no. I want to put this the correct... wait. Front is to the left. And so I'm going to put this in here like this. Yep. So this is now in the correct orientation. Now I got to check on this VTx to see what orientation I'm going to put this in. Oh my god, dude. And so I do that without the grommets first, just to see how close I can possibly slam these things together. And hopefully you can see that these will clear very easily. Look how much extra screw is hanging out here. So we're going to be completely fine. This is the right orientation. The USB mini port is the tallest part, but there's like a whole side of this O4 Lite VTx that's really slim. It's this side here that has this giant chip all the way down it. And so that's pretty much exactly where we're going to put that USB port, it's looking like. And that works really well because that puts the USB port for this thing nice and clean on the other side. No standoff right next to it. If I was going to try to put this like this, in this orientation, I would maybe run into the same problem where the USB port is kind of like close to this standoff. It might be hard to plug in. The other real easy orientation would be like this. And then I would have, and maybe I'll do it like this. And then I've got both of my USB ports on top of each other. But the problem here is you can see it won't slam down as tight. You see that component that's hitting that bottom USB port? So I would not be able to get this VTx as flat against the AIO, right? As if I rotated 180 degrees, now I've got loads of clearance in between these two. And I'm not going to mount them this close together, but this gives me the most clearance possible, and that's what we're figuring out here. We still have to figure out how much we're going to space it out, but once we put the rubber grommets on, that tends to just kind of happen all on its own. So we now know that this is the correct orientation for this, so let's just dive into it. I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be able to get this to clear, so I'm just going to go for it and throw the rest of these M2x16 screws in here, and we're going to throw all the grommets on, and I have a funny feeling that once I put those taller on one side grommets onto the O4 Lite that it came with, that we're going to be all set to go. I think these are just going to stack up totally fine. I'm going to have just enough space up above these boards for the battery strap. I think this is going to be pretty easy. Hey, Ryan says the 1S BEC thing while using the light is to eliminate brownouts and failsafes, right? Correct. Brownouts, not really failsafes, but brownouts, absolutely. On the O4 Lite does not need, it doesn't say that it needs a 3 amp BEC, but when you only have 1S voltage feeding a 5 volt BEC, 1S is below 5 volts, right? And so when you're feeding a 5 volt BEC with 1S, it seems like you need to have extra amperage, which is why the only flight controller, although I think somebody else just came out with one, but up until very recently, the only 1S flight controller that wouldn't brown out on the O4 Lite was the Beta FPV that has the 3 volt, the 3 amp BEC in it. So, yeah, I'm really hoping that we don't run into issues here. I do want to crank these down just to make sure that they don't back off, and so I'm just going to use this little Weeha nut driver here. This Weeha nut driver is so nice. It's 265. Weeha 265 4,0 by 60. There you go. You son of a bitch. Logitech, come on, man. Jesus. I give up. 2 265 space 4.0 by 60. This is really nice to have. It's super deep, so you can run it like all the way down these screws, and it still grabs the old nut. If I woke up and my head was sewn to the carpet, I wouldn't be as surprised as I am right now, Eddie. Watched National Lampoon's Christmas last night. Just the greatest Christmas movie of all time. Between that and Elf and Christmas Story is pretty good, but I mean, Elf is just world class. National Lampoon's is obviously world class. Like, if I could only have two. Sorry, Christmas Story. And I think there's one more really good Christmas movie, but I forget. What's the other one? And don't say Die Hard. Die Hard's just a good movie. It's not really a Christmas movie. I mean, it takes place on Christmas, but it's just a solid action movie. Don't at me on that. Don't get upset with me on that. Okay, cool. This is good. I need a couple more clear grommets for the TuneRC board. Again, I'm doing the clear grommets so that this board sits down a little bit lower. I don't need the thicker on one side grommets for this thing. Why do I have so many of these BT 2.0s? Get these out of here. Get out of here. Why are you... Stop it. Get in there. I'll save one more of these. These other two are going into giveaways. Okay. So, let's see how these stack up. This guy, absolutely love that TuneRC did what DJI did, and they just slotted the outside of the board so that you can easily get these things through. Great. This is the front, so this is going to be towards me. Oh, it's so nice to put all four of these down into the grommets. Hold on, this one grommet is a little jank. There it goes. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right, let's check the clearance on the bottom one more time. Yeah, buddy, we got plenty of clearance. And I'm just pushing down relatively hard to see if I can feel it hit those press nuts. And I cannot. I can't feel it hit that. And I'm pushing down on it way harder than any kind of compression you're going to get in a collision. All right, cool. So now we've got the DJI VTx. I am going to put the plugs facing upwards. So these grommets, where one side is taller than the other, I'm going to put the taller side on the bottom to separate this from the AIO a little bit more. If we end up running out of space, I might try a regular grommet on here that's not taller on one side than the other. But let's just try this first. Because what I can do is use the gap in between these two boards to run the wires through. So a bigger gap between the second board and the bottom board, which usually has your ESCs on it, is a good thing. Give the ESCs a little bit more breathing room. Maybe just run like one little bundle of wires through there, and away you go. So this guy, I've decided, is going to mount like this, so that the thinnest part of the bottom of this is up against that USB port. Oh, buddy. This is looking good. There's a huge gap between these. Yo, this build is kind of easy. All right, check it out. Look at this gap in between these two. Look at that gap, bro. Check out my gap, bro. And so even when I push down on this, there's just tons and tons of room. And so the most critical part is right here. But that part of the VTX is just one big flat chip. So even when I really crank on this, we're fine. And now look how much real estate we've got on the top here. We've got plenty of room for a nylock nut. So super, super, super easy. Ernest Saves Christmas. Oh, brutal. 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 I said good. Nightmare Before Christmas. That's a good one off axis. That's a really good one, actually. That's barely a Christmas movie, though. I guess it is. Home Alone. That's it. That's it. Chris FPV got it. It's Home Alone. Home Alone. Home Alone, National Lampoons, and Elf. Those are the three. Those are the three. Christmas Story gets an honorable mention. And Nightmare as well. Nightmare Before Christmas, honorable mention as well. But I think of Nightmare Before Christmas more as a Halloween movie. Just, you know, because of all the Halloweeniness. That's right. I said Halloweeniness. I'm gonna grab the little Flywoo kit for this camera real quick. Hang on one second. What did I do with that? Where's that little Flywoo bag? Where's that little bag of Flywoo bits? Is it in here? No, it's not in here. What did I do with that? Flywoo bag, where are you? Shit balls. I should have gotten this out before the stream. I've totally forgot that I was going to need this, though. So this is the Flywoo O4 Lite kit, the original one that lets you put the ND filters on it. I could have sworn that I put it right back here. Maybe it's in this little box. Hold on. Hey, God, I'm good. All right, check it out. So this is what we're going to use to mount this camera, but this will also allow me to run ND filters on this thing, which is going to be really, really nice. So the Flywoo kit, they give you purple, red, yellow, black. I think I'm going to use this. I should use this red, but I won't. I'm going to use the black one. Right now, though, I'm just going to use this to keep myself from touching the E6000 that I've got in here. So I'm just going to snap this on real quick. Is this the same on both sides? It is indeed. And this just gives us 14 millimeter screw holes for this camera. And it's got this bayonet mount in the front that the Flywoo filters will snap right into. This is an amazing little piece here. This is what I use on the 2-inch O4 Lite Tiny Whoop. That works just brilliant. It's just perfect, man. Fits right in there. The camera snaps in here really nice. And yeah, nice little mounting setup here. And let me just make sure I have it centered. Yep, we're good. All right, cool. Now I'm not worried about touching that E6000. And so yeah, this is going to end up mounting in the front here. Oh, shitballs. Hold on. Well, oh, just long enough. Oh, yo, this is going to be a tight little build. Jesus. Yeah, so this is going to mount back there, roughly around there. I'll use some TPU standoff loops here, and then this guy will mount roughly there. Bunch of up tilt. We'll see how the top plate is. This is one of the things that we need to prototype out, is like the way that the top plate is cut. Oh, no, I'm fine, bro. I'm fine. Look at that. With a bunch of up tilt, what can sometimes happen is you'll start to see the corners of the top plate. But we've got this thing cut nice and narrow here. So this looks really good. This will be nice and protected, sitting inside like that, right? Like if something bashes it on the front, it should be totally fine. Looking good, man. Looking real good. So that's how the O4 Lite air unit is going to kind of sit. Next thing, I think, is going to be to get the AIO wired up to the O4 air unit. I like to build middle out, as I call it. It's really tempting to immediately put the motors on, but just wait. Because like once you have the motors on, like they're in the way, you know, like you're gonna like be hitting the motors and shit, and they're all annoying. So just wait, do the motors last, do all this stuff first. Don't crank this together yet. Like don't crank the screws down and mount this. Leave it like this so that you can solder the motors up here. But like get all of your soldering done, in my opinion, before, and then put the motors on almost last. So I'm going to use this bank of pads right here to hook up to the VTx. And so let me just take a look at where that, oh wow. So this is going to be an infinitely short run. I'm going from here to here. So I'm not going to need very much wire length at all. So that's going to be there. So I just need to loop it down and run it over. And so basically that means that these guys are going to loop down, and I am going to run these in between these boards so that I can do a super short shot here. So that's going to bend down, and then these are going to go 90 degree to the side. So I'm just going to kind of like build that into the wire here real quick. And so if I hold this up above it, we can kind of see, no, I'm going to put this 90 a little bit closer here. I am going to build in some extra wire. Always build in a little bit of extra wire, but still, we won't need that much extra. All right, so there's my little 90-degree turn. And so if I put this on here, there's the little bank of wires. I've got all 4 wires separated out so they can lay nice and flat. Hold it like that, hold it like that, put my finger here. And so now I can come across and chop all 4 of them. A little bit too long, but basically the exact right length. And so now we've got a little bit extra, but it's still nice and short so that we don't have a ton of extra wire all janked up in there. That should be good. All right. Best thing you can possibly do for your soldering is to buy yourself a Yoctosun, Yoctosun, pair of a little magnified headset. This will seriously improve your soldering more than pretty much anything else that you can do or buy, because you'll be able to see what you're doing. This is it comes with a bunch of these lenses. Use the thickest ones. They're 3.5x magnification. It is absolutely astounding how much better your soldering will get using this little magnified headset. And so the pads that we're going to use are going to be ground, 5-volt, RX1, and TX1. I'm going to use the outer pads to give these wires a little bit extra space. This is flux paste that I'm using here in this syringe. It's so nice. You can put flux exactly where you want it and nowhere that you don't. And the fact that the flux is a paste, you can put like a little mountain of it. It's not like the flux pen is great and all, but it's a liquid and the flux will run all over the place. So get a flux syringe with flux paste. It's way better. And so I'm also going to use this set of pads back here. So let's do these both at once. This is for the receiver. It's TX2, RX2, 5-volt, and ground. And so same deal, flux paste on there. I've got my solder set up like this so that I've got the nice little handle. It also stands up really nice. You make this little coil by just wrapping it around the base of your screwdriver. And then you've got an excellent little bundle of solder here. So let's go from the right to the left so that I'm not crossing over myself. And the other thing that these glasses do is let you see the solder balls that fly off and try to destroy your board. So tip of the soldering iron down, And there we go. That's a little bit too much solder. I just pulled a little bit of it off. Remember, solder travels towards the heat. So if you have too much solder, you can just hit it with just clean the tip of the soldering iron and then bring it back down, and it'll basically split the solder in half. You'll pick up half the solder, the other half will stay. Ground, 5 volt. The ground pads are always going to take a little bit longer. That's normal. RX2, TX2. And so after you've tinned, you want roughly this amount of solder, maybe a little bit less. This is a bit much. But I would always rather have a little bit extra than not quite enough. And so tinned pads, you want to look something like this. I'm gonna tin the wires very lightly to offset the fact that I've got a little bit too much solder on these pads. You don't want it to be bubbled up quite that tall, but not the end of the world. What? Oh, no, there we go. Okay. And so here's our wire bundle here. What I didn't look is if any of these wires are going to have to cross over. They're probably going to have to cross over. 30 gauge wires are super easy to just use your fingernails and just take, well, first of all, let's just pull the silicone back. Maybe I won't even need to strip any more off. Just use your fingernail for this. Just pull back on the silicone. Okay, now we're good. So I do need to remove just a little bit. And so with the magnified headset, I can see what I'm doing. And then we just drive our fingernails in there. Your fingernails will not nick the inner strands of wire. And on tiny little wires like this, there are not many inner strands of wire. So it is a legitimate concern. So just come in here to all 4 of them. And dig your fingernails in and then pull. And then what I always do right after is I just pull back on the silicone there, because when you pull your fingernails away, it stretches the silicone out just a little bit. And so you want to then go and push it back. Okay. Push it back. And now the last one. Ouch. When in doubt, strip off too little silicone rather than too much. Especially when you've cut your wires to pretty close to the exact right length. And there we go. We've got just a little bit. I've got a little bit too much exposed wire on this one. Let me just come in and cut this down a tiny little bit. No big deal. Just removed like 0.5 millimeter off of that. All right, so now we've got the right amount of exposed wire showing on all 4 of these. If you have an OmniFixo, now's a great time to use it. If you don't, just hang it off the side of either your desk or, in this case, like the arm. I'm just going to hang it off the side of the arm here. Separate the wires so that they're not on top of each other. And now the tinning process is just pulling, trying to penetrate each one of these wires with solder. So we want to try to get a little bit of solder in between the individual strands of wire. And so you want to bring the tip of the soldering iron in on one side, and then you want to push the solder in on the other side. But the trick is to tin the tip of the soldering iron. So just tin the tip of the soldering iron, pull it up into the wire, and then use your solder to push down. And you'll see when it gets totally encased there. Bring it up, use the solder to push down. Wait until you see it totally encased, move on to the next. Pick it up, push down, fully encased, last one. That's it. And so now I did that very lightly. I did not pick up a lot of solder on the tips of these wires because I have a lot of solder on the pads themselves. And so now our last step is going to be to connect these up with the appropriate pads, and we are going to have wires crossing all over each other. The power and the ground are there. Okay, so I do need to look up which wires are going where. I've got RX1 and TX1 here. So let's look that up on the computer. Wait, no. Where's the box? Where's the box for the damn thing? Yeah, farts. Well, it's probably quicker just to do it on the effing computer. Let me get this shit out of the way. God, I can't see shit with these on. DJI O4 wiring. Okay, images, and where's this is a picture of the instructions. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you idiot! You cropped it so that... Really? You cropped it so that the important part is off the bottom, you donkey? Is this real life? There we go. That's what we need. What? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Voltage, ground, RX, and TX. Okay. So the RX is white. Is that right? Yeah. So the RX is white. So that needs to hook up to the TX on the flight controller. So the white one is going to be a little bit longer. And the gray one is going to be a little bit shorter. All right. No sweat. Gray one is the shorter. There's two pads right on top of each other here. So that means the gray one is going to get hooked up to this pad. And so I can probably do that by hand here. Hold that right there. Yep, there we go. That's the gray one. So that's going to this pad. And now I have not tinned the tip of the soldering iron because I don't want to add any extra solder, but I do need to clean it. So let me do that. At this point, I could add a little bit more flux if I were smart. But I'm not, so I won't. I just barely got it tacked. Now I'm going to come in with my fingernail, and I just want to push this down totally flat against the AIO itself. And so let's come in here. There we go. And that looks excellent. So now we got the white one. And that's going to go a little bit to sort of like the outside here and just around. What I could do is cut this gray one a little bit shorter. You know what? I'm going to cut this gray one a little bit shorter and retin it. Because this build is probably going to stay together for a while, and I really want these to sit totally flat. So let me just cut the tiniest little bit off of this. And I'm going to restrip it and retin it. Because the two pads that I'm hitting with this are on top of each other. So the white one's going to have to travel a little bit further, and that would make it want to like stack up. So just like that. And then we do need to retin. Jesus. That's fine. This and this. And there we go. Just tin the tip of the soldering iron, bring it in on one side, pull the solder in on the other side. There we go. Well, that did leave a little blob of solder on this, which I want to remove. There we go. Just took that little bit of solder off, and there was a little solder ball situation here, so let's pick that up. Tip of the soldering iron. Okay. So now we're going to just do that one more time. But we're going to get a little bit of a better result here. And yeah, this is going to look nice. Some of these The power and ground are going to have to cross over, but there's nothing I can do about that. There we go. Perfect. All right, so there's the gray, which is TX to RX, and now we're going to do the white, which is RX to TX. And so we're just going to pull this in here, get it in position, drop it down. And now it's wanting to kind of sit up a little bit, so I'm going to come in here with my fingernail and just push down a little bit. I want to get these wires completely flat. I got it flat, but now all of a sudden it's not lined up with the pad. So let's come in here with the tweezers, super fine tipped tweezers, and now we can get it perfect by putting a little bit of an angle in there. And there we go. Again, a little bit too much solder on this pad, but we're going to be all right. Okay, power and ground wires. We're going to go... It's ground, then power. We're going to go under, I think. We'll fish these under these two wires. Doesn't really matter. They want to go over. Oh, fuck it, we'll go over. It's fine. Over these two wires. Get it into position. Matter of fact, I'm going to do the power first so that I'm not crossing over myself. So there's the 5-volt pad here. Spend all of your time with soldering getting the wire perfect, and then just touch it with the heat and you're done. Don't spend your time with the soldering iron on the pad. That is the wrong way to do it. You want to spend your time not dumping heat into the board. Heat is the enemy of electronics. And so try to keep the heat off the board. Try to keep the heat only in the exact right places for the least amount of time possible. Okay. Fine tipped tweezers. Just grab the silicone with the very tip of the wires. And now the ground pad is going to take a little bit longer. Just be patient. If you have no patience, tin the tip of the soldering iron. That always helps the heat transfer. In this case, the tip of the soldering iron will not pick up the solder. The solder won't stick to it. That means the tip of the soldering iron is dirty. I cleaned it, and now we're good to go. I did this in the wrong order. I should have dealt with the wire first and then this, but we'll be all right. All right, so this is looking a little bit ugly. Let's add a tiny little bit of flux here. There we go. And now we're going to hit it one more time to clean it up. Totally clean off the tip of the soldering iron because I have a little bit too much solder on there. I want to pick a little bit of the solder up now. Grab the tip, grab the silicone just with the tip of the tweezers. And now I'm going to push down a little bit. I want to try to get this flat on the pad. There we go. That's the stuff. Cool. And so now we only have 4 more. I guess we got to solder on the battery lead as well. But here's what we're working with. This is not. Change it off of autofocus or onto autofocus. Look at me. So that's what you want to see. Nice rounded balls. Again, there's a little bit too much solder on there, but they're nice and shiny, which means that not all the flux burned off when we were working on them, and they're nice and smooth. You just want these solder joints to be smooth. You don't want any like kind of craggy shit going on. That's when they become cold solder joints and they're very weak. If you want at this point, you can like pull a little bit on each one of these wires. There's a school of thought that you want to do that to make sure that they're strong. There's a school of thought also, though, that by doing that, you stress them out and you weaken them. And so I used to do it. I typically don't anymore because I've done so much soldering that like I can tell by the time I'm done with the joint if it's good or not. So Uriel says, CC, the German princess, puke puke. Shiny round balls, my friends, very important. It's important for your balls to be nice and shiny. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. Gear Fun 3, okay. Gear Fun 2, off. 3. There. Pull this down. There we go. Okay. Got it. All right, so let's get all the soldering done. Up until the point where we hit the motors. So fuck it, let's do the receiver next. I need a XR1. I should have a couple of extra XR receivers floating around. Let's see, did I put them away properly or did I just dump them on the ground over here? I dumped them on the ground over here. What an anus. I really would like to use one of these XR1s, but there's a chance that it's going to be too big. So let's take a quick look here at the size. These are the XR1s. You can buy the XR1 in 3 different varieties, each with a different antenna. There's one with a dual band antenna. There's one with a 900 megahertz antenna. These ones have the 2.4 antenna. Kind of doesn't matter, but if you can get the right one, get the right one. Oh boy, this is a big ass receiver. Okay, so I can either mount it like that. One of the changes, one of the revisions was to add this little Y in the back here so that you have somewhere to run a zip tie around to hold your receiver or your analog VTx down. So I can either run it like that, or I could sort of run it like this, but there's not. I guess, yeah, there's enough space there. I could totally swing that. Or, I mean, I could run it up front here and just drop it down low, but that's kind of like a last resort. Oh my God, it fits in this little pocket. Holy shit. I could do that, but that's a little sketchy, having it in there. Although I could do this and then run a big piece of shrink wrap around this whole front section to like pocket it in there, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to run it back to front, maybe? Or maybe sideways. Sideways here. There's the button. If I run it sideways, how am I going to hold it down? I guess I could just do a piece of VHB. Just VHB it to the little Y to hold it down, because I'm not going to have a whole lot of space for a zip tie. I mean, I could sneak a zip tie in around there, but I don't want the zip tie to push up against the AIO. That's not great. Or I could do it like that. That'll totally work. I think I would need to do it this way, though. But see, then there's going to be shrink wrap around this. This is going to be a little bit bigger because of the shrink wrap, and I don't want it to be like the farthest rear, the most rearward point. Man, I wish the ass end of the... I might ask Ryan to extend the ass end of this thing like 2 millimeters. This, in fairness, this is a bigger... The XR1 here is a little bit bigger of a of a receiver. Some of the ELRS receiver, most of the ELRS receivers are a little bit smaller than this. Also got all this cable to kind of deal with. I mean, you can always just like, you can always just sort of coil it up, right? Like that. And then drop this down. I'm afraid that once I have the shrink wrap on this, it's gonna hit this. It's gonna hit this AIO here. Yeah, man, I wish these rear standoffs were literally just 1 millimeter farther back. Well, what if I mount it up here? What can I do with this wire? Is this wire long enough? Not quite. I could obviously switch to a 2.4 gig antenna with a longer wire, but what fun is that? I could also run it off the front. I could certainly run this off the front standoffs, but that's not great for a freestyle build. That's I would mangle this thing to hell. So, I'm actually kind of torn on what to do here. Shrink wrap. This AIO is just sitting so flat to this base plate. I believe I'm going to mount it sideways like this. I think I'm going to go sideways. Well, I could also go diagonal. Ooh. Okay. As much as I hate things not to be even, mounting it not sideways, diagonal like this is actually pretty slick. Yeah, this is how I'm going to mount it. I'm going to mount it diagonal. Yep. And then I can run a zip tie around here, and then that goes around. No, that won't work. Shit balls. Teleport FPV says, is that a quad mode frame? Nope, this is the CiottiFPV frame. This is prototype 0.2. Prototype 0.1 has been built, and I've been beating it up to see where it'll break. And I haven't broken it quite yet. This is the second revision of the prototype frame. This frame shouldn't be it shouldn't have any difference in strength. It's just we did slight little things like adding this little Y of material in the rear here to give you a spot to run zip ties. But apparently, as I'm just finding out, when you use a 25 by 25 AIO, this frame was initially meant for 20 by 20 stack mounting, and so with a 20 by 20 stack in here, this would not be an issue. But these 25 by 25 AIOs, because they're rotated 45 degrees, it eats up a bunch of the space in the rear here, which is why I'm kind of running into this issue right now. But there's this will be fixed pretty quickly. Let me just check my little stash here to see if I have any other. Yeah, see, so like I could run a little ceramic antenna guy, and then it would be super easy. But I want the antenna on the outside of the frame here. And so what else do I have? I have another EP2 ceramic bastard, and that's it. I don't have any other options. So we're going to make this work. It might just barely touch the AIO, but it's going to be all right. So let me just put this shit all away. I made quite the mess here. Okay, cool. So let's get a little bundle of wires out here. Look at their Christmas wires. Black, white, red, and green. So got one of those little bundles out. Let's grab one of these little squares of shrimp wrap that they give you. That's right, I said shrimp wrap. That's what it is. Shrimp wrap, or here in the land of the cheeseburger, as we call it, shrink wrap. It was actually originally called shrimp wrap because they used to use the soft exoskeletons of shrimp, certain species of shrimp, to make the early versions of shrink wrap, and actually it's better quality. They had to outlaw it. PETA came through, and they were like, "Yo, no, you can't be taking the exoskeletons of these shrimps off and then just leaving the shrimp to die. That's cruel." And so they got shut down. So they had to make the synthetic shrink wrap, which is where the name shrink wrap came from. But if you get the good stuff, if you search long and hard, you can find the good stuff, the actual shrimp wrap. You'll have to have it imported because it's only made on the black market. But yeah, there you go. That's where shrink wrap came from. Jimmy the Cow says, how do we sign up for the frames? I want to get one when they get released. Just hang out. Just hang out here. Believe me, when this becomes a thing, I'll be screaming it from the fucking rafters, so you guys will, you'll know about it. Oh God, excuse me. All right. So we've got this happy little bundle of wires. I'm gonna be honest, I still haven't completely decided how I want this thing in here. The problem, the other problem I'm gonna have is I'm gonna have TPU loops around these rear standoffs down low to hold this antenna off the back. So these standoffs are gonna get beefed up, and then this thing's gonna get pushed back. I mean, I could do some kind of wacky like vertical mount like this, but in reality, I'm gonna ask Ryan to extend the rear end of this frame. I'm literally just gonna ask him to take the rear end of this frame and just pull it out like 2 millimeters. CMYK would like shrimp wrap supreme. What's up, CMYK? How are you, brother? Shrimp wrap supreme. What's on the shrimp wrap supreme? Is it what makes it supreme? Is it guac or sour cream or both? Like if I mount it like this, I think it'll be just sandwiched in there nice. I'm gonna do this. I'm actually gonna mount it like this. The wires are gonna go straight forward. I'm gonna have a little bit of extra shrimp wrap here. One of the things I like to do is shave the little bind button flat. Just take your little X-Acto knife or anything with a blade on it, and take this bind button and just shave it flat. Because if you put a zip tie around this and it's holding the bind button down, it will not work, and it can cause issues. And you're probably only going to use this bind button once, maybe never. Like if you use a binding phrase, you might never need this binding button. But shaving it flat, you can still hit it. It's just not going to get held down by a zip tie when you don't want it to. So just come in here and take the top layer of your little bind button off. This goes for VTXs too, analog VTXs I do this on. And so now that bind button is sitting totally flat. See how there's no nub up on top anymore? There you go. Top tip. I don't think I've ever given you guys that tip before. I've always just done it. All right. So, wire bundle. Let's get this going here. What do we got on the receiver? Okay. So, this is going to be a short wire bundle. Let's get it soldered up to the receiver first. And so we're not going to need very much. This is going to be a ridiculously short run here. So let's just get this going here, and I think that's about all I'm going to need. Okay, so let's just get them straightened out so it's neat and tidy. And now we will chop it right up here. And so now these ends here are way too long. Well, actually, they're just about right. They're about perfect. So we'll leave these. What do we got on here? We got ground, 5-volt, TX, and RX. TX, a lot of times I'll do in white, whatever. Try to do it the same way every time. Try to come up with a system and stick with it. This is driving me insane. All right, so this will sit pretty flat on the silicone mat, so we'll give it a shot. Try to do it without the fancy OmniFixo. A little bit of flux on all 4 pads. First thing we're going to do is tin the pads. Clean the tip of the soldering iron when you remove it from the stand, not when you're putting it back into the stand. And just a little bit of solder on each one of these. Actually, these are double-sided pads, so these are going to take a little bit more solder. So let's get this going. Ground pad will always take a little bit longer. 5-volt, TX, RX. All right, there we go. Check the bottom. Make sure there's not huge blobs of solder on the bottom. All right, looking good. We won't need any more solder because these wires were pre-tinned. And so we've got ground first. I'm going to go farthest away towards myself so that I'm not crossing over. Get the wire perfectly placed and then bring in the heat. And it really helps to do this with super fine tipped tweezers. So let me just come in here and fix this one a little bit. Much better. Ground. 5-volt. And a lot of times you'll see me drop the wire. What I'm doing, I'm dropping the wire so that I can pick it up in the tips of the tweezers, the absolute tip of the tweezers, so that I can get the wire flat on the board. And I rushed that one. The pad was still hot. The solder was still molten. And the wire popped right off. So you got to just pause. Just be patient when you're soldering. Just pushing down a little bit on the wire to get it flat on the pad. There we go. And then TX, I'm going to use white. It kind of doesn't matter, though, because it's going to be RX on the other side. So, like, it doesn't matter what color you use. But just start doing the same thing and just do it over and over and over again. It'll save you. Okay, and sometimes what you'll also see me do is, like, get the wire in position, come off the pad, move my tweezers a little bit, and then come at it again. That's just to make sure that the wire is sitting as flat on the pad as it possibly can be. And then green for RX. All right. Get this green wire flat. There we go. Awesome. All right, all four of them sitting nice and flat. I like to run them down the length of the receiver here, so that there's a little bit of extra cable. If I'm ever in a pinch, I can unfold these, and now I've got a little bit of extra wire here. It also allows you to kind of like shrink everything down. You'll see that in a minute. So super, super, super short wire run here. It's going to sit here, and then it just needs to reach over to these pads right here. I want to keep it really tight because we're going to have a propeller swinging around in here. So I don't want a bunch of extra wire that can get hung up on the prop and rip things apart. So now we'll get to see if I made any of these a little bit too short. I didn't. I should have measured these out. Now we're fine. So the ground is the farthest away, and it looks like he is just barely long enough. So let me take a quick look here. Let me just hold this guy down, and I'm going to take each one of these wires and make sure that they can get to their little pads here. So we got, Jesus, hold on, let me do this on this side. We got ground. All right, yep, he's long enough, so he's going to hit to that. And then we got voltage. And that guy's a little bit too long. Let's just cut it down a little bit here. Okay. And then RX and TX, it's kind of whatever. They're both long enough. Two out of the way. They're both long enough. I'm not going to worry about it because I don't even know which one goes to which pad. Wait, no, I did white. So white goes to the R pad, so that's fine. These are actually way too long. I lied. I am going to cut these down. White. Cut here. And then that's going to the RX pad, and then the green I'll cut just a little bit more off of. So now they'll sit as flat as possible in there. It's not a big deal doing that, but if you're looking for, you know, the best looking build, that's one of the ways you can do that. And I mean, you know, if your build looks good, then you'll feel good, and then you'll fly better. Shiny balls, 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 balls. So now I get to decide, do I want to try to run these in between these two and then over? Or do I just want to run them to the outside of the pads? If I run them to the outside of the pads, I'm going to put them on a little bit of an angle. I might actually not have enough wire length on the ground to run them inside. I kind of screwed up a little bit on this. I wish that I'd left myself a little bit more cable length on the ground. But here we are. Now, I'm going to run them straight to the pads. So I need to strip and tin these guys. We're talking about strippers, too. Don't forget about that. Lots of stripping going on. So let's strip these. The pads are pretty small, so I'm going to take just a little bit off. Okay. The ground. Push the silicone back. Get it out of the way. What did everybody get for Christmas? Sound off in the chat. That's something that I'm supposed to say, right? As a live streamer. Who got the coolest thing for Christmas? Let's have a competition. That's a terrible idea. Who got the nerdiest thing for Christmas? There we go. That's what we want to do. When you're doing this with your fingernails, make sure that you like really drive your fingernails in. Because if you don't, and you just go yanking on this silicone, it sucks. So always make sure that you really dig your fingernails in. If you can't get it, just keep trying. And again, make sure that you pull back the silicone. Use your magnified headset, man. Be able to see what you're doing. Trust me, it's worth it. It's worth looking like an idiot for a little while, I promise. Nobody will know. Nobody's watching you work. Teleport got 330 UF 25 volt capacitor. That's pretty good. ZipFPV says, "Can I count what I bought for myself? I got nothing." You know, I usually get myself something for Christmas. I didn't get myself anything this year. All right, here we go. Sending the wires. Ground voltage white for TX. Green for RX. Oh, that green wire took a big blob of solder with it. Get off of there. There we go, that's better. I do want to just remove a little tiny bit more though. If the solder is sticking to the wire and not the tip of your soldering iron, the tip of your soldering iron is dirty. Soldering iron goes towards the heat, and the tip of your soldering iron should be the hottest. So, fix it, friends. UFLs, I always like to add a little tiny bit of shrink wrap there just to make it a little stronger where it loves to kind of bend and break. So, take a nice thin piece of shrimp wrap. I use a piece of shrimp wrap that is impossibly thin, basically. It's too thin to go over the head of the UFL, but then you're going to stretch it out. You're going to take fine-tipped tweezers and you're going to stretch this out a little bit. This is because the wire next to the UFL is really skinny. And so if you use really skinny shrimp wrap like this, it'll suck and then just stretch it out for a split second. It'll shrink down on the wire a lot nicer than if you don't. Than if you use regular shrink wrap that's big enough to fit over the head of this UFL. And see, I stretched it on one side. I got to stretch it on the other side as well. Okay, now it's stretched out on both. And I'm just stretching it a tiny little bit. It doesn't need much. And now it's just barely big enough to fit over. I just get it like roughly in position there and hit it with a lighter. Nothing crazy. And see, so now you can really see the benefit of this is that it shrinks up really tight on the wire itself. See that? Otherwise, it won't clamp down on the wire. It'll just be loose on the wire, which is fine, but this is even better. And so now we've protected this little weak point on the UFL. We're not going to plug this in quite yet. Let's just get these guys going here. And, well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's throw it on here. It'll be fine. I've got the shrink wrap. I'm running the wires this way, but then this guy's going out this way. So I got the shrink wrap here on top of this, although I should check to make sure it's not going to be too long. It is going to be too long. So let's shorten this up just a little bit here. I like to cut the shrink wrap with scissors. If you use your flush cutters, you're going to leave a little seam, and then it's going to want to rip at that seam. So if you use scissors, they cut straight across, and there's no weird little seam to pop off there. All right, so now we put this onto here. Snap this down. I'm doing this all with the 3.5X headset on so that I can actually see what the hell's going on. I was able to see that snap down. There we go. Throw this up and over. Also, if we had that exposed bind button, when this shrink wrap, if the shrink wrap really grabs down, it can sometimes hold that button down. And again, when the button is held down, the receiver will not work. So that matters. Shave that button off. All right. I should have cut a little bit more off of this, but we're going to make it work. It's going to be all right. This going on? No, that is still too much. Jesus. This is tight on here. Oh boy. Might have to cut this shrink wrap to get it off. I was able to slide it on, but it didn't want to come off. Well, here, let's just push it all the way through. Use something plastic to push it the rest of the way through here. Come on. Jesus. Okay. Just gonna cut another little tiny bit off here. Hold up! There. That's better. Yeah. Okay. All right, so I got to do this now. I mean, I could just leave the 2 hours and 7 minutes left in the pink bunny costume. Away we go. I could just leave the antenna unplugged, but whatever. I'm not. I'm going for this now because partly because I want to see how how this fits with this shrink wrap on it. I'm afraid that it's not going to clear the back of the build, but we will know in but a second. So this antenna is going out the back. These are going out the front. I just want to make sure that this is just right here. And all right, there we go. So let's hit this with some fire. If you use the part of the flame right against the metal, it won't get the shrink wrap all black. You're basically using the blue part of the flame. It's the more gassy part of the flame. I don't know why it works, but it totally works. All right. There we go. And so now we've got a nice little protected bit. I like to now, when it's hot, I'll just kind of pinch the shrink wrap a little bit. Just makes it a little bit more waterproof. It's not going to be fully waterproof, but this helps a little bit. Pinch the ends, and now we got a beautiful little package here. Just a beautiful package. I got a beautiful package for you, friends. So yeah, shrink wrap kind of pulled over. That might not be good. These cables might not be long enough the way this is set up right now, but we're going to find out in a second. Also, the voltage wire is a little too long. Let me just shorten this guy up a tiny little bit. Okay. I should have cut these a little bit longer. I might be in trouble here, but whatever. We'll see. Might be all right. And strip it. Tin it real quick. Okay. There we go. All right, let's see if I made these a millimeter too short. I think I might have. Not from what I just did here, but from the original length that I cut these things. I'm just going to solder it up and we'll see where it sits, because I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic. So I'm going to solder these on at like a 45-degree angle here. So let's put this... Well, let's just put this where it belongs. We'll put this here, and then I'm going to go left to right so that I don't have to cross over with the tip of the soldering iron. So yeah, I'm going to put like a nice 45-degree angle on these guys. That was kind of ugly. There's way too much solder on the tip of the iron. Let's get rid of that. And let's just clean this one up a little bit. And what I'm doing here is I'm hanging the silicone off the side of the PCB so that it can sit as flat as possible. So that the wire can sit as flat as possible on the pad. Gonna make it nice and strong. If the wire ever gets pulled, it's gonna get pulled sideways on the pad. It's not gonna try to lift the pad up and off. These pads are just glued to the PCB. So you gotta be careful. Okay. Comes voltage. Got to be a little careful hanging them off at a 45 like this, because it's really easy for them to kind of bridge. So pay attention if you do this. And then check the shit out of your work afterwards. Ground is the last one. All right. Ground is the one that I'm most worried about. So let's see. Is it too short? Yep. The ground is a little bit too short. God damn it. Oh. Balls. Let me try. It's because the shrink wrap kind of pulled over. I'm actually just gonna stretch this shrink wrap out here, and I bet you I'm gonna be totally fine. So I'm just gonna go in the corner here and just pull outwards a little bit on this shrink wrap. I just need like an extra little millimeter here. I don't need much. I just need that ground wire to peek out a little tiny bit more, or to make the corner a little bit wider there. So I'm just gonna come here and just stretch the shrink wrap back out. There, I think that's fine. And I can like move it forward. Yeah, when I move it forward, it's fine. And so now this cable is going to have to spin around like this. Should be totally cool. And then it's actually going to drop down for where it mounts. I'm actually going to do this below it, I think. Yeah, I'm going to do this below, like that. So that it just kind of dumps out the bottom. Man, this is It's tight back here. I need a little bit more room. Hello! What are you doing?
Are you ready for the pecan liqueur, or do you want some eggnog or anything?
No, I'm good. There's just so much time. I'll do that like towards the end, but I don't want to get in trouble.
Dinner will be ready in like 10 minutes, but I'll save it for whenever you're ready.
Okay, cool.
Love you.
Love you. Thank you. All right, so yeah, we gave the ground cable just a little bit more room here to do its thing, and now we're fine. But I did legitimately cut this too short. This ground cable is a little bit too short. I am not loving this. I mean, I guess I could hold on. Let me see. What about the diagonal mount? Maybe this is my excuse to do the diagonal mount setup that I was talking about, or even put it sideways here. Hold up. Now it's definitely too short to put it sideways. You can see this is too tight. Well, this little. Now, see, the diagonal mount doesn't work once this is pulled down, especially because there's motor wires here. It's got to mount front to back like this. I might need to cut this shrink wrap off and extend this ground wire. That's really annoying. That's really, really, really annoying. God damn it. Unreal. Yeah, because look, it doesn't want to sit straight. It's like, and once I put like a zip tie on this, it's gonna pull. Oh my god. Okay. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. The ground is too short. This will be a nightmare if I don't fix this now. And it'll just end up like ripping itself off. Man, I cut those I cut the wires without looking at the without like scoping it out, and I cut them like at a length that I swore to God would be easily long enough. And I got it wrong. I got it wrong. CiottFPV's dog almost ate someone's Christmas drone just now. That's fun. I like that a lot. Today's the day, man. If you want free drones, get your ladder and just start climbing trees everywhere and anywhere. Although I bet you there were a lot less drones sold this year with all the shit in the news. Whoa. Alright. Just trying to cut down the side here so I don't risk hitting any of the components. There we go. All right. So let's fix this ground wire. Let's extend just one effing wire. What do you say? All right. I mean, if you're going to do something once, you might as well do it twice. You know what I mean? We've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. The weed number. Wait, I don't want to miss these two chat comments. Jerry Potterman says, Merry Christmas. What do you think about a Cinewoop with or 5-inch carrying a 360 camera? The 360 camera thing has always been very confusing to me. Like, just, I don't know. It's just so, like, gimmicky. and the drone is going to be in the shot. So it's like, what are you going to do with that? Typically with the 360 camera stuff, I see like somebody will do it once and then they never do it again. Like I don't know if I've ever seen somebody do 360 camera FPV twice. It's always just been one single time and then it never gets used again. So it's tough. But I guess there could be like a specific usage somewhere. I just don't know what that is. So yeah, that's what I think about that. It's also kind of hard to mount it. You know, there's a lot going on with that. But the long and short of it is that I just don't think it has a really good use other than like, look how cool this is. All right, it's on my shelf now. And it just lives there till the dawn of time. But if you can think of a really good use for it, then go for it, for sure, because it is cool. Matthew Wagner says, my big self-present was an anti-gravity A1. Holy shit. I view it as 360 still camera that I can get into weird places. I'm looking forward to more 360 image experience in 2026. Having 360 that you can like change around in the goggles, like that thing will do, is more interesting. But just having an FPV rig with a 360 camera, like it's just, you know, like, oh, let me set up this shot where that's like rear facing. Oh, I can't see where the hell I'm going. How am I going to do that? Like you're not, like, you know, like it's but that anti-gravity A1 thing allows you to look backwards while you're flying it. I don't know how that works, but that makes an awful lot more sense, in my opinion. But yeah, also like the to build a proper 360 rig is hard. It's really hard to like nestle the camera in between so that the lenses are on the top and the bottom. And then a lot of times you run into issues with like the lenses getting scratched up. That's a really big problem with those 360 rigs. You can't land them. It's hard to take off. You got to like hand land them, or there are some difficulties to those builds for sure. So it's tough. Super interesting, but tough. It was a conversation that we actually had with the American Criterium Cup for how do we get a front-facing shot of the cyclists, and they're like, you know, can you do a 360 build? Can you do a 360 build? I'm like, yes, I can, but like, I can't fly that. Like, I can't just dump down in front of them and frame up a shot that you're going to be interested in. And they're like, oh, right. And then I'm also like, yo, it doesn't display that live. Like that I'm going to have to pull the memory card. I'm going to have to take the 3D cam out, or 360 cam out, pull the memory card, deliver the memory card into the truck. Then your guys are going to have to pull it up, sort through it, find it, cut it out. Like it just, you know, it just wouldn't really work for their usage, which was great, because trying to scope out a shot that you then fly blind like that, you know, and then like I got to worry about like the riders running into me, right? Like the cyclists hitting me because I've flown out in front of them, and then I'm flying real slow because I don't know I don't know how fast to go because I can't see them. And so yeah, for that it was not the right thing. I was glad that they understood the limitations pretty early on. So now I just fly backwards for them, and they love it. No big deal. Just fly backwards. All right, 2 millimeter long ground wire is now installed. Let's get it
connect it up here at a nice little 45-degree angle, and then we'll be good. Ooh, yeah, there we go. I didn't quite hang the wire off enough. I'm just going to touch this up. Come on. Whoops, shit. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, now the ground cable is not the shortest cable. And see, now I've got enough room for these guys to... Ground cable's actually a little bit too long now, but that's okay. I can always tuck it in. All right. Back on the shrink wrap train. I put the shrimp wrap away. Let's... Yeah. Oh, man. I made it like 1 millimeter too long. You fart. But I think I can kind of tuck it down there. Yeah, buddy. There we go. Tuck them down. That's the jam. Okay. Beautiful. Let me go back to that bag. 1 second. Okay. So. Get it. There we go. Okay. All right. Might take a little break to yeah, gimbal drone with a second person operator is absolutely the solution to any of those front facing shits. Hey. Let's see how long this is. Is that the right length? I'll just take a little tiny bit more off. All right, that's looking good. Let's get this thrown back on here with the antenna. And we'll be all set. Actually kind of second guessing the antenna. If I run the antenna out here, kind of second guessing using... Oh, I know what I'm going to do. If I only put the shrink wrap up to there, then this wire can point... Nah, I'm not going to do that. I really like to get the UFL inside of this shrink wrap so that it's held down and it's safe and it's not going to like pop off. It also eats up some of the cable length, which is really nice. So yeah, we're going to put it in here and it'll be totally fine. All right, up over the button. Come on, get up over that button. There we go. And then just mash this on here. And now this is going to be super annoying to re-shrink this, but this is my punishment for not cutting the goddamn wires long enough. So here we go. Okay. Okay, yeah, and I'm going to leave some off the back here. I'm going to use this little mini torch thing because you can just hold it farther away and just bring some of the heat in. This way I'm not getting anything I don't want to get hot. Because this is on these cables and it's a little close to some stuff.
go. And one more little hit here. Okay, all set. Just pinch the rear, pinch the butt. We're all set. Okay. Nice little receiver hanging out perfectly right there. All right, good deal. So that's looking really nice. This is not too far off the side. The only thing I'm, again, worried about is once I have these TPU things on here, are they going to be too thick for this to drop down in there? If they are, I'm screwed. I'll deal with it. Maybe I'll notch them out if they are. We'll see. Okay. Almost all the soldering is done. Now we just need a XT30. And we're going to send this XT30 straight up. So with the top plate on here, XT30 goes straight up. It looks like it'll just barely avoid this. And then for the battery, I want the cable to be back here. Or it could be up here. Hold on. Let me get a battery on here to kind of scope this out. This is something you absolutely want to scope out. The direction that your battery lead goes is like really important so that you can keep it protected somehow. So like if we mount the battery maybe like this, and then this cable crosses over. So I could run it up like this. I could run it up from these pads and then like this, and then I can get it under the battery strap, right? There's going to be a battery strap right here. It's one of the other kind of cool things about this frame. I've never seen a micro frame that'll actually let you run double battery straps. 1-2 or 1-2 or 1-2. That was a specific thing that I wanted. So that might really save me in this case because I can run a strap here and a strap here. So here's where the leads are coming up. They could come straight up and then just go right here. And the XT30 sits right here. And then the battery is there. And yeah, look at that. That's really nice. Both XT30s can be underneath that battery. Or if I put the battery like this, both XT30s are right there. So yeah, that's awesome. So this cable run can be real short. Okay, so it's just going to go right up here to there. Do I have an XT30 floating around? I do indeed. But this has these big, long, ugly shits on it. Do I have another one? Do I have a black XT30 maybe? That'd be pretty cool. No. What happened to the black XT30s? I thought I had some. Maybe I used them all. How come there's not BT 4.0? Actually, it would be BT 5.0, wouldn't it? Here's a black XT30. Ooh, on a nice short little lead, too. Yeah, buddy. Ooh, I might not even have to cut this. So, these pads do have through holes, but there's no way an XT30 lead is going to go through the through hole. Okay, I lied. This just went through the through holes. That's awesome. Okay, so what is this? This is... I might not want to use this like this, though. What gauge is this? Tanky FPV says you need a shrimp onesie for all that shrimping. Love it. Uriel says, did I win the nerd price with my 55-year age? Maybe. Schweizer says, why not put the receiver sideways? This way you might hit it while flying backwards. Yeah, it just doesn't quite fit right. I'm worried about it smashing into the AIO if I put it sideways. I don't think it'll ever hit rearwards because I'm gonna have the antenna on 2 TPU jib jabs back here, and I'm gonna have the so the ELRS antenna is gonna be on the bottom, and then the receiver and the VTx antenna is gonna be on top. So I think it'll be all right. This strikes me as a little bit too thin. What is this? Oh no shit! No, this is 18 gauge. This is an 18 gauge jib jab. This is 16 and this is 16. So I'm going to try this. This is not going to be a massive, massive, massive power, super powerful build. This is going to be pretty... I mean, the motors are a lot. Like 1504s are going to make good power, but this isn't going to be a super heavy build. And so I think I should be able to get away with 16 gauge. What I really like is that it's somehow small enough to go through these through holes here. The positive lead isn't, but the negative is. And that's pretty cool. So let me just scope this out here. Top plate. And so I need the UFL to sit exactly there. Okay, so the ground is the perfect length. And so this is going to sit here. And so I just need to trim down the positive so that it's the right length. And so I don't need the top plate anymore. I could just hold it roughly there and run the positive lead like that. And just kind of... Well, let me cut a little bit off of it. That'll help me spec it out at least. And that might have actually been perfect. I'll be damned. Yep, that was it. That's exactly the right amount to remove. So now this is going to sit in there really, really, really neat and tidy. All right, so let's get this stripped and tinned. For these thicker gauge wires, a lot of times I will use the flush cutters. Just be real gentle. Remember, you're just trying to leave a dent. You're not trying to chop all the way through the silicon. Just leave a dent. And then when you pull this little bit off, look inside of it to see if there's any strands of wire. You don't want any strands of wire in there. And so now I want to try to use that through hole, so I'm going to use absolute minimum amount of solder when I tin this because I don't want to make it any thicker. So we're going to twist these wires up as tight as we can. And then I'm going to hit it with some flux because I want to get on and off of this. And I just want to use the tiniest little bit of solder here. So we got that. And I am actually going to grab the OmniFixo for this one because I want to get this right. I don't want to dump too much solder into this thing. There we go. And so as quick as I can, we're going to just tin this a little bit and then get the hell off of it. Ready? So I'm going to tin the tip of the soldering iron. And now that's it. Hopefully that's just barely enough, but not too much. Let's take a look. OmniFixo, stop magnetizing yourself to the thing. I think I have a little bit too much on there. Let's see. Will it go through? Almost. Oh, no, there it goes. Yeah, buddy. There's the one, and there's the other. Sweet. All right, and then that sits up like that. So I'm going to leave that. I'm going to pick this whole thing up. And I'm going to hold this with the OmniFixo. I want these wires rotated the way that they are. And we're just going to go for it. Hold it with these. The wire's still exactly where I want it. And so now we can kind of rotate it up like this, just so I have some control over it. And then we'll use these other two arms to hold these other arms to kind of like triangulate them, basically. All right, so now it's nice and solid and firm in here. And so now we're definitely going to get some flux going. All right, big old blob of flux there. And so since this is the way that it wants to be, we can just put solder directly into this. Get it rotated around so I have good access to it. Make sure that's pushed down. And we'll do the ground first. Now we want to pull some extra solder out here. All right, so ground first. Beautiful. Voltage. And then real quick, I'm just going to reheat it, push this flat, reheat it, make sure that's flat. That looks great. And so now I dumped enough heat in where, oh no, I don't have the full pad covered. Hold on. The wire is probably good to go in there, but the full pad is not covered with solder, and that kind of freaks me out. So let's just get in there one more time. We're going to add a little bit more solder to the ground pad just to make sure that there's enough of a connection. So I'm going to add a little bit more flux, and I'm just going to be a little bit more patient on that pad. I was really trying to get into and out of that because I don't want the solder to travel up the wire and make the wire stiff. All right, bring the heat in here. I'm going to add solder back here. There it is. There it is. Cool. So now the whole pad has solder on it. The only thing I have to worry about now is, are these wires sticking too far out the bottom? Are they going to hit the press nuts in the frame? So let's take a quick look at that. Let's take a quick look. All right, so this is the front. So this is where this is going to be. Nah, we're going to be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, plenty of a gap. You can see there's a bunch of wire hanging out the bottom there, but it's nowhere near the base plate. It looks like it is to you, zoomed out like that, but with 3x magnification, there's absolutely no way that that would come down. There's at least a 1.5 mil of a gap there. So we're fine. Keep in mind that carbon fiber is conductive, right? That's why that matters. And so that'll be chilling there. We'll zip tie on it, hold it in place. This will be chilling here. These wires are still nice and flexible up top, which is awesome. And then we're going to have, where is it? Here it is. This little fella is going to be over. Oh, well, hold on. I forgot about the fact that there's going to be a second board on top of this. Let's see if this is going to be a pain in the ass. Nah, it looks like we're good. So that's plugged in there. No, we're fucking fine. Oh, this is a handsome build. This is a handsome little fella. Shit. That guy chills there. This camera goes up front. Top plate goes down. And now, with this rear Oh, bro, that's perfect. That's exactly where I want it to be. Just right there. Connected to the battery. Nice short little run. Beautiful. All right. Motors, and we're good to go. So we're going to pull this VTx off. Although I am actually extremely hungry, and they're upstairs eating. So I have to break this stream in half anyway. This might be a good time to do that, so I can go get some food. Maybe you guys go eat as well? What time is it? 6:52? Oh yeah, it's food time. Let's all go eat. I'm gonna set part 2 up when I sit back down, so give me like half hour or so, and then we'll come back, we'll finish this, and then we'll dive into the battery testing, which will be really fun. Tanky FPV, oh no, we got that. You can FPV with the last comment of part 1 of the 12 hours of Christmas here. When you switch PID profiles to a default one, like number 2, if it's not set up, does it set all the filters to the default too? I forget. I forget if the filters are... I think so. I think the filters are tied to the PID profile. Ask me in part 2 of this stream, and we'll go look. We'll go into the we'll go into Betaflight, and we'll switch profiles, and we'll see if the PIDs flip around. I'll be back, friends. Thanks for hanging. CiottiFPV.com to support me as always. I'm gonna go get some Christmas dinner. You should too. And then we'll come back. We'll finish this build. We'll dive into the battery testing. We'll fix that controller maybe. We'll have 6 more hours of fun. 7 more hours of fun. Where are we at right now? We're at 4 hours and 50 minutes. So yeah, we got what, 7 hours left? I'm going to take this off. I'm going to pause this timer. Look, we're at an hour 27 minutes. I'm going to pause it. Hour 27, and we'll hit play when we get back. Cool? I'll see you guys in like half hour, 45 minutes. Patreon, you'll get a notification on Patreon. You'll get a notification on Discord. CiottiFPV.com. Hit the Discord button. Join my Discord, and you'll get everyone will get tagged in there. Cool? Thanks, friends. I'll see you in a minute. Here's some more. What is this? HD0. We'll see what this is. I don't know what this is, but you'll... well, wait. No, I have to play it. Let me tell you what this is. What are you about to watch? I'm at the jungle gym. What am I flying? Oh, come on, me from yesterday.
Here we go. Torture battery number 3.
Oh, no, this is a torture battery.
I
don't need that. Here's the next one.
Alright, this tiny whoop is similar, but not the same. This is 802 19,000 kV motors, Gemfan 1610s. Motors are at 80 to 85% limiting. Caddx Ant camera, Mobile 7 V3 frame, old school, Mobile 6 canopy, and this is the one on the HDLRC Spectre AIO.
Yeah. Out in the yard where the grass grows wild, CiottiFPV's goggles locked, grinning like a child. Teddy spaghetti's, fur flies, and jet wash dreams. Yeah. Chasing small whoops like a dog possessed fiend. Eyes on a neon blur, hard in the chase. Big fuzz and prop spin all tangled in place. Yeah. Four-legged rebel with a rotor stir tail in the circus of the sky. They never fail. CiottiFPV, Teddy spaghetti, dynamic duo kings, barking at the breeze, throttling at top speed, thing, zooming through hoops, flipping in style. That schnauzer's got throttle and a 2D smile. Yeah. Shotties on sticks, Teddy's on paws, side by side, let
legends breaking all the laws. Through the kitchen over couch scale terrain. Backyard mayhem in their flight domain. No ground too sacred, no loop too tight. Fuzz fuel fury ignites the night. When pilot and pup lock eyes on the prize, every whoop they conquer is a fresh cut surprise. Yeah. Yo, Shotty behind the sticks, Teddy's leading the pack. Prop guard missiles unleashed, never looking back. No leash, no map, just freestyle Mike. They on the dog drone streets every day and night.
Said whoops, hitting low, gotta nail the dive, Teddy.
Push throttle up, feel the beast come alive.
I see the neon arc, got the sticks locked in, Teddy.
Yeah, let's rip this loop, ride the roar of the wind, Teddy. Yep. Yeah, CiottiFPV, Teddy's spaghetti, coming at duo kings, barking at the breeze, throttling at top speed, zooming through hoops, flipping in style. That schnauzer's got throttle and a toothy smile. Teddy's spaghetti. Barking at the breeze, falling at top speed, zooming through hoops, flipping in style. That schnauzer's got throttle and a toothy smile. Yeah, when you hear that bar cut the rotor hum, you know Ciotti and Teddy's mission's just begun. FPVs, fur-faced legends, legends singing loud. Yeah, Teddy spaghetti and CiottiFPV.